17th of November. 25 years. 25 years of my life I spent at that godforsaken job. I put all the extra time and effort into that place, and today, of all days, they decide to fire me? I'm far too old now to be looking for a new career. What am I going to tell my wife about this? I can't tell her. I need to figure something else out and get a new job or something before she notices. I know I can do that. 19th of November. So much has changed. So much has changed since I last looked for a new job. All these websites for it now, and all these technology these younger kids are using now. What happened to the old days where you could just walk around with a paper resume? I mean, where you could step into a building for a place you wanted to work at and just talk to the boss, hand him your papers, and if he liked what he saw, he'd just say something like, "Let's give you a shot, son," and then you'd start on Monday. I always thought that it would be easy to find jobs after college. Even this long after, the search continues. 20th of November. I got it. Or at least an idea for something I can do until I find a real job. I need to have money coming in so that my wife doesn't find out that I got fired, right? She's always so damn supportive of me and I'm so scared of disappointing her with this, but I have an idea. So when I was thinking about how I figured it would be easier to get a job after having gone to college, it got me thinking about college. See, I was a damn good poker player back in college, and well, there's a casino a few blocks from my house with poker games available. Now, I wonder if I still got what it takes to win some money, at least enough to make up for my missing paychecks. 21st of November. I did it! Last night, I won enough to cover my next 2 paychecks. At first, I thought my entire plan was going to backfire. My anxiety was through the roof as I entered the casino last night. I kept fighting with myself over this being a good idea or a terrible decision. I started by playing a few blackjack games to make myself feel more comfortable sitting at the card table in the casino. I won after 3 hands, but those first 2 losses, they nearly caused me to leave and call the whole idea off. I know I gotta do something while I wait for my callbacks from those applications that I've sent in so far. I've been sending them in, trying to find a real job, but I have to say, once I sat down at the poker table, it was a rush of a feeling. Just like that feeling I had back in college. I can't get risky with my plan, though. I need this to be profitable if it's going to work. And luckily, patrons I was playing with, they didn't seem to know how to play very well, and they had very obvious tells, so I had some easy games. Love you so much, Lydia. I promise I'll make this all work out. Tomorrow I'll start going in during the day, while I normally would be at work. 22nd of November. I walked into the casino earlier this morning. Walked directly over to the poker pit, found a seat at one of the tables that I thought looked promising. I know it's not good to judge people or judge a book by its cover or whatever the saying is, but with poker it's kind of a necessity, I chose a table with only 3 other people sitting at it, all of which came across to me as people that were more for the novelty of saying that they had played at a casino. Not because they were big professional players, An older lady was wearing what looked to be the same dark glasses that you would see at someone that was blind. And there was a man with an expressive face that looked far too happy to be there. And finally, there sat another man. The last man at the table he was going to be my challenge, I think. He wore dark sunglasses with almost a matte-looking finish to them, a stoic expression. He looked like he knew the game well. And let me know that, although this might be the easiest-looking table, it was still going to be a challenge this time. It was a bit of a setback today. See, I won a hand or 2 throughout the few hours that I sat there at the table, but ultimately I lost nearly half of what I made yesterday. I knew I had to start playing smarter because I was already trying to play it safe. Playing safe might be boring, but I wasn't there to make it big or become rich. I was on a mission to make just enough to cover my old paychecks so I could find a new job. Having made enough to cover 2 checks the night before, and today, losing half of that, I once again started worrying if I really had what it takes to make this plan work. Surprisingly, the player that I had the most trouble with was the old lady. Mr. Too Many Expressions was just as I expected him to be. Easy to read. The man I expected to be my biggest problem turned out to be easier to read than a children's book. The old lady, on the other hand, well, she'd seen some shit. She knew exactly what she was doing. Underneath her jovial exterior was the skills of a seasoned poker player for sure. Tomorrow I'll have to do better. I'll need to tap into the old me, that old Dave that I used to be in college. Ruthless and completely unable to be read. 25th of November. Yeah, I think I have a pretty good system down now. Each day, I make my way to the casino and play until I've won enough to cover how much I would have made that day at work. Now, it might only be about $100 or so, but it's all I really need. And I don't want to get greedy for fear of falling into my own hubris. I know it's been a few days since I wrote something in this journal. I know my therapist says I need to keep consistent with it and that it'll help me keep track of my thoughts throughout the day. I decided to tell Lydia that I'd stay home with her today. She said that she hadn't been feeling all that well lately. I know I've been gone quite a bit lately, but I feel like she should have told me that she didn't feel well before now. I mean, I understand her line of reasoning, though. She's always so helpful and supportive of everyone else. She feels like if she ever has any problems, she'll be a bother to everyone else. I told her many times to let me know anytime she needs help, but her overly hospitable nature just won't allow it. She says that she just feels weak. She's been having a few headaches. So luckily, I think it might just be a cold or something, It felt amazing for me to be able to sit with Lydia all day, take care of her. The woman really is my whole world. It kills me to hide from her the fact that I lost my job, but I think her disappointment in me would kill me more. We laid on the couch all day watching movies and just spending time with each other. Something I feel has been far too long since the last time we did. She tried to hide that she wasn't feeling well, but having been married for 20 years now, I could tell what she was feeling. She'll get better in a day or two. Nothing some cold medicine can't handle. 27th of November. I've been falling into a steady groove lately at the casino. I come in early in the morning, I play until I've won a couple $100, and then I leave. Nice and simple and safe. However, it has been a couple of days, and Lydia still doesn't feel very well. She might even be getting worse. She scheduled a doctor's appointment for tomorrow, which I fully agree with. The only problem is that, well, once I lost my job, we no longer have insurance. And, she doesn't know that yet. I'll have to go a little harder at the casino to cover the doctor's visit. This might be working for now, but I really wish I could get a call back from one of those applications. 29th of November. I'm having a rough time knowing what to do. I mean, I must admit, I'm in full-blown panic mode right now, and I feel like my entire world is falling apart. We spent nearly the entire day yesterday at the doctor's office. Test after test after test was taken, and as the doctor walked into the room that last time, there was no holding back the flood of tears between Lydia and I. The look on his face told us everything we needed to know. It was far from just the cold or the flu that I was expecting it to be. They told us that Lydia has cancer. We've both spent the rest of the day at home together in our own versions of quiet shock. The doctors told us they wanted to start aggressive treatment very soon, so we had the best chance to get rid of it. I need to think of a new plan to pay for all these treatments. No matter how much you expect the worst, there's no measure for how much something like this truly changes your life. I'm going to need to spend the rest of the day sitting and mostly crying with Lydia. We must battle, we must win. She's everything to me, and I refuse to lose her to anything. 30th of November. I don't like the idea of having to play any more daring than I have been. So the concern for me becoming addicting to gambling is very low, but to make the amount of money I need to pay for Lydia's chemo treatments, I'll have to start betting bigger and taking more risks. Even with knowing how much money I could be making, the thought of also being able to lose as much and setting myself behind was terrifying for my situation. I looked online today to get an estimate of how much each session was going to cost. I had to have some base idea of how much I would need to make before each chemotherapy session. The amount was much higher than I expected. It seemed nearly insurmountable without insurance. I have no idea how I'm going to pull this off, short of living at the casino. I've heard recently at the casino about some upcoming tournaments or something like that. Maybe that'll help take the pressure off if I can just win it. A terrifying thought just hit me, so I'll write this down. They say that people going through treatment like the one that Lydia's going through completely drain the person afterward, right? They get very sick. They get weak after each session, from what I hear. And that means that I'll need to be at home taking care of her after each visit, which in turn is going to allow me to spend less time at the casino. So I'll have even less time to make the money to pay for the treatments. That means I'm going to need to win big each time, which in turn plays bigger and riskier. Ultimately, I feel like I'm completely screwed. Lydia has her first treatment in 3 days. I need to make as much as I can before then and hopefully find out more about this upcoming tournament. 4th of December. Nearly the entire time Lydia was getting her first treatment, I was talking to billing, explaining that we didn't have insurance and that I'd be paying for all of it myself. The lady from billing was nice enough. She was a shorter blonde woman that looked to be somewhere around her mid-30s. In exchange for bringing each payment into each individual treatment session, she agreed to avoid saying anything to it around Lydia. At least nothing that might arouse suspicion as to the status of our insurance coverage. At first, she had no intention of cooperating. However, once I placed the cash for the first payment on the table, she gave in and she agreed. It was so much worse than what I had expected when we finally arrived back home. She was nauseous and weak. She sat telling me through tear-filled eyes that she felt like she'd been hit by a truck. She sobbed in my shoulder, telling me how sore and exhausted she was. It was so hard for me to see the woman that I loved with all of my heart crying in such excruciating pain, knowing that there was nothing I could do truly to make it better. It hurt me to think about it. But at the back of my mind sat the idea that I very urgently needed to get back to making money for the next treatment. Yeah, I did have a little bit of time before the next one. However, when you're trying to make money by gambling, you need all the time you can get just in case something goes wrong. I had a very short amount of time when putting into perspective to win thousands of dollars. I knew I needed more of a sure thing, something that would guarantee me at least a few payments worth. Playing against the novice players and the drunks during the day worked well. I was always better than they were and always made some money. However, it was so slow building any significant amount of winnings against them. I needed a few big games, although bigger games meant better players. And better players meant higher risks. Higher risks of me losing. However, I need to find a balance between those risks and the ability to play the game well enough to pay those hospital bills. I think I'm going to go to the casino tonight and ask about that tournament. The one that I heard that guy talking about. In my luck, it'll turn out to be a tournament based on a game more focused on chance. Something like blackjack or craps that I have absolutely no interest in. Regardless, though, I'm going to do some digging tonight and see what I can find out. 5th of December. I walked into the casino at just past 11 last night. I walked in to see crowded tables with drunk and excited patrons pouring from the tables into the slot machine area. I always hated the slot pit. Lights, flash, bells, and chiming whistles and beeps and chirps. Constant sound of the lever being pulled or the place bet button being smashed on. Constant roar of the drums and tumblers spinning. The sound of people both winning big and losing it, all simultaneously from opposite ends of the pit. I've always found that playing the machines using nothing but false hopes and dreams did, nothing to sate my need for challenge and proper games. Yet, beyond my own opinion of the pure luck nature of slot machines, the pit was filled with people hoping for that one magical pull that won them all the money they could dream of, never realizing the odds are forever against them. I had to press myself between people as I made my way towards the card game area. Cheers and boos erupted from various blackjack tables, while the poker table corner remained relatively quiet. The casino seemed to be filled with much more serious players tonight, in all sunglasses, bringing their best poker face to the table. I got distracted at first, watching the games, trying to pick up on people's tells in the event that I would ever play against them. Just after a significant win by a shorter Asian man wearing round, mirrored red sunglasses, my memory sparked that my true mission was to find information on that rumor of a tournament. It didn't take me very long before I found a server walking past with a tray full of drinks. I stopped her and asked, "Excuse me, miss, but I heard something the other night mentioning something about a tournament coming up. Do you have any information about that?" Without even a breath of hesitation, she pulled a little half-page flyer out from the pouch around her waist and handed it to me. Once the paper was in my grasp, the server turned around and walked away without speaking a single word. I wasn't sure how to feel about it. On the one hand, it seemed rather rude, but on the other, I had no idea how rough her night might have been. I quickly brushed it off and looked at the flyer in my hands. Master Hand Poker Tournament, December 10th and 11th, $10,000 buy-in. First place, $100,000. Second, $75,000. Third place, $50,000. Fourth place, $25,000. Fifth place, $10,000. I could feel my eyes widen reading this. Lydia's next round of treatment was the day following the tournament. This was exactly what I was needing. Winning first place would put me in a position to cover the next few treatments, but to make the amount of risk even worth it, I would need at least to come in fourth. My confidence in my abilities wavered slightly as I glanced around at the tables filled with all walks of life. I realized that these people were not just gambling at a casino tonight, they were all practicing for the tournament. I quickly realized that I should have found out about this tournament much sooner than now. I was days behind in practicing, and those other people. I should have been here, betting low, studying tells, and playstyles of what would undoubtedly be my opponents in the tournament. I frantically looked around the room at the tables. My brain was screaming with dread as I looked for a table with an open chair. When I realized it, my heart sank in my chest. The people standing around the tables weren't people just watching the games, but instead were people waiting in a sort of line to sit and play. I looked at my watch, and seeing how late it was already, I knew that I wouldn't be able to stay and wait my turn. I was going to need to come back tomorrow and hopefully show up early enough to get a table. Instead, I decided to stick around for a little longer and study the players at all the tables. As I looked out over the tables of players, my eyes grew less interested in the players themselves, but instead at the other onlookers. In particular, a man standing at the back of the crowd, who wore a gray suit and dark black pointed goatee with a mustache that had been waxed and curled up. In truth, he looked like a cliché James Bond villain, but he also looked very rich. However, something about his hollow yet piercing eyes prevented me from looking away. He gazed out over the players, staring as though he were looking for a specific person. He gave me the impression that he was some sort of scouter, like the ones that showed up to a high school football game looking to recruit players for their college. With him, however, I couldn't shake the feeling that his intentions seemed more nefarious. Next to him stood three almost identical large men in dark gray trench coats. They stood expressionless, not looking at the players or the crowd, but somewhere off in the distance. The only distinction I found between the three of them was that one had a cigar and one wore a dark gray fedora. Suddenly, the four men simultaneously looked in my direction. More specifically, they looked directly at me. I quickly averted my eyes back to the players in the pit. When I finally gathered the courage to look back at them, they were all gone. Also, to the point, it looked like they had never been there at all. I quickly scanned the room, and I couldn't see them coming towards me or moving anywhere, at least it mattered. After that strange moment, I decided it would be best to make my way home. 6th of December. I've always seemed to have a knack for reading my opponent. a drive to study people and behaviors. It's been very helpful in my life for various sales jobs and, at particular moments in my life, very helpful when playing poker. However, for situations like the one I currently find myself in, the studying part of it feels like it takes entirely too much time. Overall, I feel like I did rather well. Made a decent amount of money, and I took a plethora of mental notes about various players and their tells, and their body language. The only problem with all that was that I had no way to tell if I was playing against other people that were entered into the tournament or just daily casino patrons. For all I know, I could have just spent 3 hours studying the wrong people, and I wasted my time. Before I went home for the night, I sat at the bar for a while, continued to watch the players. A disheveled man sat next to me, mumbling something into his glass. Most likely he was too intoxicated to be playing whatever game he was interested in, and lost a bunch of money. Now that, however, was only my best guess, because I couldn't actually hear anything he was saying. I decided to order a drink, and as soon as the bartender poured it and walked away, the man reached out and set his hand on my forearm. I couldn't help the shock and offended look that presented itself on my face.
"Who am I?"
the man said with a rough, gravelly voice and a terrified look on his face.
"I can't remember. I lost it. I lost. Who am I? What's my name?"
"How would I know?" I responded, extremely confused.
"I can't remember. I can't remember. I can't remember,"
he began to repeat as he removed his hand from my arm and returned to his nearly empty glass. I watched him. I studied him for a minute. Tried to figure out both what he was talking about and what had happened to him without asking him any questions, knowing that would start another conversation or a series of rambling. Sadly, he began rambling at me without me provoking him.
"This game I found, I played it. Takes things from you. Things you can never get back no matter how hard you try. Don't lose. You'll forget it forever. You can never win your own back. Always someone else's. Someone that lost before."
"What are you talking about? What game?"
Have to go. Have to try and win it back. Win back who I am.
Hey, what game? What are you saying?" I asked again, beginning to get angry. The man never responded, but instead leapt from his chair and hurried off through the crowd and out of the casino. Couldn't help but sit there bewildered, and my mind felt like it was going to catch fire with how hard it was trying to make sense of anything the strange man said. I finished my drink, and just before I got up, I noticed the man had left a card sitting in his place. Not a complete card. It looked like it had been set on fire, put out after having been burned away a good portion of it. Only a few numbers and a handful of embossed letters remained on the card, indicating that it had once been an address to something. I thought little of it, threw the remainder of the card into my empty glass, before standing up and leaving. Something about that man was haunting me. I had a lot of questions about this game he was talking about. At the same time, though, a part of me had an almost unspeakable level of apprehension, like that feeling you get before stepping out onto your roof. Something like a primal feel of falling. It was like that. Again, a feeling that grips your spine and just doesn't let go. 9th of December. With the tournament being tomorrow, my nerves are beginning to grind. I feel so unprepared for it. I should have been studying the players, playing more games of significance to prepare myself for weeks before now. Thoughts of doubt and just a general sense of, what the hell am I doing here? Flooded my skull as I sat down at the table for what was going to be my final game before the tournament. It was getting late. I had already spent hours sitting at tables, playing hands, and filling my head with mental notes about people just in case I needed them. Filling my head with so much new information seemed to trigger the strange man's words from the other night. Can't remember. Played in my head in his rough and scared voice. The table was rich. Some younger YouTube celebrity or something. I wasn't sure what he did to get his wealth. A mid-20s lady that had little skill, but from what I could tell, was just playing with her daddy's money. A 40-something, scruffy-looking guy that clearly hadn't slept in days. His demeanor seemed to tell me that he was trying to win back some money he owed someone. The patchy stubble covering his face, mixed with the traces of white powder crusted around his nostrils and bloodshot eyes, told me that he wasn't going to be much of a threat. You can't think or play effectively when you're strung out and haven't slept. Then there was Charlie, or Charles, as I heard a few people address him. A white suit trimmed with gold buttons and a matching cowboy hat. He was significantly older with a white goatee, and if I had to be honest, he looked almost exactly like Colonel Sanders if someone had put a cowboy hat on him. He looked like an old southern plantation owner. He had the accent to match. The man was a complete donkey. Worst kind of player. No matter what he had in his hand, he would raise, try to bully people off the table every chance he got, which worked out quite well at getting rid of the other players, leaving just the two of us for most of the hands. I wasn't about to let Dusty Trail Colonel Sanders scare me off. The few times I had seen him show his cards, he had absolutely nothing. I couldn't afford to keep playing marginal hands. I didn't have the luxury anymore. Now it had become somehow personal to me. He was one of those people with more money than a god, who couldn't care less about $1,000. I wanted to take him down more than anything, and the only way I was going to do that was to catch him out. My time finally came when I got dealt pocket rockets. 2 aces. I was last to act, and as usual, Charles decided to bully the table. He bet big, $100. I looked at the other players and knew my time had come. The girl folded almost immediately, with the YouTube guy taking a second to think about it before they too folded their hand. And re-raised to 200. It was just me and him. He stared me down and started blathering as he had nearly the entire game. I gave him nothing in return. I just sat there, not breaking eye contact, as my mind screamed. He asked me how much I had left behind me. I told him 1,200. He played with his chips, and with a shit-eating grin, pushed all in. He had me covered. I couldn't contain myself. I pushed my chips in, and with my heart racing, I bet half my mortgage. I stood up. I flipped my cards. He flipped his cards. And as usual, he had nothing. 2-7 offsuit. The worst poker hand. His bullying tactics had failed him against me. I remember my mind screaming at me as the cards were dealt, and again, when it was over, Charles sat staring at the table. We both knew the money didn't affect him, but the fact that he lost plastered a look of intense fury across his face. I took the chips and cashed them out. Another month of mortgage, plus some spending money. I was doing well, but in my adrenaline-soaked state, I couldn't keep playing, not tonight. Not after making an enemy out of Cowboy Colonel Sanders. I just needed to go home, get some rest, and spend time with Lydia before the tournament tomorrow. 10th of December. Surgery. We went to a doctor's appointment this morning, and after only a few treatments of chemo, they wanted to skip ahead to surgery, try to remove as many of the tumors as they could. It's going to be very expensive. I did my best to appear like that didn't bother me. I mean, I didn't even know they could switch their minds so quickly from chemo to surgery, but that's what the doctor said. I'm scared of the bill, but I'm terrified of what it will do to Lydia. I mean, that woman is my whole world. And without her, I don't know what I would do. Now, even more than before, I need to win this tournament. And with this news right before I play, I can't guarantee how well my head will be in the game. There's no turning back now. 11th of December. The players of the tournament were surprisingly easy for the first half. The skill and challenge came towards the end. I mean, maybe I just got lucky with my hands, or maybe my ability to read people gave me a severe advantage. Either way, yesterday, the first day of the tournament, seemed easy on me. Today, on the other hand, was a rush of adrenaline and anxiety. Play after play, hand after hand. I did well. The tables had been consolidated down to 5 tables of 5 players. The winners of those tables would sit at the final table. I could feel it getting close. I'd done so well so far. My heart pounded inside my chest as 2 of the players at our table busted out of the tournament, leaving me with one other decent player and my toughest opposition yet. He was experienced and a good player, but he was loud and he was cocky. He was very showy. And I'm sure it was a device that he used to conceal whatever tells he had. I remained calm as best I could as the 4th card came out, and I had made a flush. With the ace-high flush, I was virtually unbeatable. I had been quiet the entire night, though. I couldn't make a big play, or I would scare everyone off. I had to check. Thankfully, the loudmouth couldn't stop blinking as he gloated and constantly talked. I knew he was excited. He must have also been on a flush draw. I had the nuts, though. The best possible hand. I just had to keep him happy, and he would send me to the final table. He raised. To my absolute surprise, the man next to him that had been calm and seemed to be playing safe all night called an insane raise of $1,000. I put my head in my hands and mumbled audibly to myself. I didn't want the smile in my heart to show on my face. I acted frustrated, then slowly counted out $1,000 in chips. When the last card came out, I peeked at my card, but only for a second. I knew I had the best hand, but still, I checked. I knew the cocky loudmouth across from me was going to raise. Probably the second best flush. That's a hard hand to fold. Sure enough, he pushed another 1,000. The other man in the hand folded, and it came back to me. I found it odd that he raised so much, then folded so quickly afterward. I finally looked at the sinister smile plastered on Loudmouth's face and pretended to check my hand. "You're not the guy, buddy," he said, laughing. True sign of absolute confidence in his hand. "Maybe I'm not," I said, checking my chips on the table. "Are you going to call if I re-raise?" I could see the greed in his eyes. I pushed everything I had. He called me without a second thought. Just as I guessed. He had a king-high flush. But I had the ace-high flush. "Why the fuck would you limp that whole hand with a nut flush?" he said, standing, balling up his fists. "I knew you'd do my work for me," I said, scooping up my chips. I did it. I won the table and was moving on to the final table, which meant I would at least be winning my buy-in money back. I smirked to myself as I gathered the chips and prepared to move, and suddenly he charged across the table and sucker punched me in the eye before being grabbed by a pit boss. Out of pure reaction to being punched, I swung, but I didn't hit anything. Loudmouth was removed from the casino, and I could stay inside and keep my 5th place, but I was refused the right to play at the final table. Instead, I sat in the audience, fuming with anger that Loudmouth had stopped me from getting a better position in the tournament. After watching the first couple of hands of the final game, I decided to retreat to the bar, partially to get some ice from the bartender, partially to get a few drinks, hoping that it would calm me down. As I sat watching the last table from the bar, someone in a voice barely above a roar in the casino spoke to me. "Why is it that you play, son?" I looked behind me to see through my quickly swelling eye. An older man, very expensive gray suit, peppered hair, waxed mustache, and pointed goatee. An knowing but sly look on his face. Even though he was now wearing deep red, circular sunglasses, I recognized him as the man in the crowd from the other night. He leaned a little closer and repeated his words. Something about him felt both off and comforting to me. He made me feel like we were long-lost friends, and I couldn't help but be honest with him. "Well, sir, my name's Dimitri, lad. You may call me as such." "Oh, okay. Well, Dimitri, My wife needs some very expensive treatments and surgeries. See, she has cancer, and I can't beat the thought of losing her, so I'm doing whatever I can to pay for it, I said as I felt tears well up in my eyes at the very thought. Well, my boy, I believe I know just the game for you. What do you mean? I'm really only good at poker, I said. Ah, yeah, I saw that, he said with a sinister smile. It is precisely that. Poker, that is. However, the stakes may be unusual, but I promise you that if you win, you have everything you need to take care of your beloved wife. Where is it? I said, looking around the room. Not here, he said, extending his right arm and presenting me with a card. It's in another location, somewhere that is a little off the beaten path, so to speak. It is invitation only, and that card in your hand is your invitation. When's the tournament? No tournament, but a series of games with very high stakes. With that final sentence, the man stood and walked off, disappearing into the crowd. Nothing about the man or the conversation felt good to me. Something about his demeanor made me feel like if I turned my back on him, he'd rip my soul from my body. Talking to him felt as though I was making a deal with the devil, and I couldn't describe the horror and anxiety that filled me as he spoke. I looked down at the card. It simply had an address written on it in a strange, foiled font. The letters glistened and reflected the overhead lights as I moved the card back and forth in my hand. Suddenly, my brain made a connection, and I recognized that it was just like the burnt card that Disheveled Man had left at the bar before. I tried my best to recall what the man had said that night, because his words now seemed to be much more important than they were before. His warning of, if you lose it, rang in my ears. 12th of December. There was a blank steel door in an alley, which was my first red flag, telling me that I should probably turn around and walk away. The address on the card from the strange man led me to this dark alley in a mostly abandoned part of town. All around me were decrepit and crumbling warehouses and old abandoned stores. I was frustrated at the thought that this was all just a prank or some sick joke. My heart pounded against my ribs, angrily telling me to leave. However, my desperation to save my wife and the man's words from last night, everything you need to save your wife, caused me to knock on the door. I stood for a few moments in silence and anger before I heard the latch on the other side move. The door swung open, revealing a very dimly lit flight of stairs leading into a short hallway. As I reached the far end of the hallway, I noticed it open up into a relatively large room. 2 poker tables sat in the middle, and chairs and couches lined the walls. A small bar sat near the poker tables with an old bartender behind it. The shelves of the bar seemed to hold bottle after bottle of the same brand of whiskey. Nothing more, no other options. A man looked very strung out, sat at the bar repeating the same phrase over and over. I can't remember. I can't remember. I can't remember. At first I failed to recognize him, but again, it was the man from the bar at the casino. His words of warning began to echo through my mind. Only one of the tables had players sitting at it, and oddly enough, seemed to be waiting for me to show up and fill the last seat before they began to play. The other players sat silently as I approached the table. Might I ask what the buy-in is? And is this some type of tournament with a big game? I don't mean to sound money hungry, but I was told winning here could pay for my wife's surgery. The players remained silent, but the bartender spoke to answer my question. There's no tournament, but instead of a series of games. Money's no object here. You play multiple games, you win some, you lose some. Once the first hand of the game is dealt, can't quit until all games are played. If you win more than you lose, your wife will be taken care of. If you lose more than you win, you'll never be allowed back in. I stood next to the table for a moment, just to feel how strange and eerie the situation around me felt. I needed to do whatever it took to get my wife's surgery paid for and have her taken care of, So regardless of how strange the rules were, I was going to play. Just before I began to sit down, having made my decision, the bartender spoke again. Rules are simple. Stakes are high. Each loss comes at a price, while each win will grant you a new experience. That statement seemed both strange and obvious. However, the way it was worded grated against my nerves. I began to sit down and simply nodded my response with the bartender interrupting me for the third time. Do not sit! You have 24 hours to make your choice. Your first game, if you decide to play, starts this time tomorrow night. Now, you must go. I stared at the bartender, visibly confused. After a few seconds, everyone in the room looked away from me, or through me, as if I was a ghost, floating through the ether. Even making noise and shouting received no response from anyone else in the room. A few moments of being treated like I was invisible caused me to finally give up, and I walked back out and headed back home. 13th of December. I walked back through the door exactly on time. My nerves raised to intense levels, knowing I had no way of studying the other players, mixed with knowing that the surgery was tomorrow. I sat down at the table. Before I could say a word, the bartender placed a drink in front of me. The only thing they offered. Whiskey on the rocks. A monstrous cigar protruded from one of the other players' mouths as thick wisps of cigar smoke rose from the lit end and into the air. The sight of the cigar caused me to realize that the three men were nearly identical. They were the same three men that I had seen with Dimitri in the crowd. They were still only distinguishable by one with a hat and another with a cigar. In front of me sat 5 white chips, same as the other 3 players at the table. Wait, I said before the dealer began handing out cards. What are these? Where do I put the buy-in? My questions were met with blank stares and stoic expressions by everyone at the table. Without answering my question, the dealer began to pass out cards. I sat quietly and watched until the game was set, and the big blind began. I got a lousy hand. But being in a big blind, I had to protect it. The man with the cigar sat directly across from me. He called the blind. The other 2 folded, and the hand ran out. I lost, not making my hand, and the cigar man across from me won with an ace high. I remember noting this. A strange feeling washed over my mind as the game ended. It was like that feeling you get when you think you may have forgotten to turn the oven off. The man with the cigar made no expression, no excitement over his win. He just simply closed his eyes as he slid another single white chip from my pile to his. I can't express the amount of confusion that filled me and how unusual this game was. Apparently, after the entire game and the loss, all I lose is a single chip? A chip that I still hadn't been told the value of. For all I knew, the single chip could have meant that I lost my house, or that I had lost $1. The bartender said that the stakes were high, but never told me what they were. In fact, nobody told me anything about this game. The 3 other men at the table were nearly robotic. None of them spoke a single word the entire game. They made no expressions, no ticks, no tells, no emotions, which made them impossible to read, leaving the entire game simply to chance of the draw of the cards, and hopeful guessing. It was as if they were bound to the table, forced to play endless amounts of poker games for all eternity. They seemed like lifeless zombies. It was completely unfathomable how truly uncomfortable the entire situation made me. However, I was there for a reason. I was on a mission, so I refused to let it bother me to the point of quitting. With very little time or hesitation between games, the dealer began to pass out cards again. After the first game, I gave up on speaking while playing. Every word I said was met with nothing but blank stares and silence, so I felt no point in continuing to try and communicate. I can play the silent poker game too, I thought. In this game, I finally got a playable hand. I was able to win with only one other person in the hand. The win was against the man with the hat this time. Just like the cigar guy, the man with the hat gave no reaction to his loss. Pocket aces, always good poker odds. I needed more hands like that one if I wanted to pay my debt. He slid a chip towards me slowly. I reached out to take it from him, and as soon as my fingers touched and pressed the white plastic of the chip, a vision blasted through my mind. It was all I could see and all I could think of as it played in the theater of my mind. I was in a car that I didn't recognize, driving down an open road in the desert in a car I didn't recognize. It looked to be somewhere in Utah or Arizona, which is an area I've never been to. I looked to my right, and in my vision, in the passenger seat sat a beautiful blonde woman. She looked at me and giggled. I didn't recognize her, but in the vision, I knew her to be my wife, Stephanie. My body didn't look the same or even close to how it did before. I looked in the rearview mirror, and although I knew it to be my own reflection, I didn't recognize the face staring back at me. Suddenly, the vision faded, and I found myself sitting back at the dim poker table, the soft white chip still resting beneath my fingertips. I shook and gasped for air, screaming for an explanation, only to receive the same stoic silence that seemed to be the default in this place. I reached for my glass and I downed my whiskey. Nearly the second I placed it back on the table, the bartender replaced it with a fresh pour. I looked at the bartender with tears beginning to well up in my eyes out of confusion and frustration. What the hell is going on? The rules are simple. Stakes are high. You have 3 games remaining. With that, the bartender walked away, back behind his bar. Before I could say another word, the dealer began to deal the cards out again. The queen and 3 clubs were in my next hand. I felt good about this. I knew that it wasn't the best hand or even a great hand, but it was always a hand that I had been fond of. Somehow my hand held up, and like so many times before, it gave me another reason to like the queen and 3 combo. Again, I won. This time against the cigar man again. Again, the man with the cigar slid a chip towards me. I almost didn't want to touch the chip as it slid because of what had happened last time. As I reached out and I placed my finger on the chip, my mind exploded with another rush of visions. Scenes from a life that wasn't mine. Memories of a world I had never known. A young, dark-haired child was swinging on a playset in front of me. Palm trees lined the edge of the backyard, and a dark-haired woman lay sunbathing next to the pool. The child kept giggling as she repeated, "Push me higher, Daddy!" Before the game, I had never known these people, and knew that I had never been able to have children. After touching the chip, I suddenly knew them as if I had always known them. It was my wife, Janet, and my daughter, Kelsey. I looked down at myself, and I saw that once again I was not how I remembered, yet how I looked instantly became familiar to me. I saw my reflection in the water of the pool. Looking back at me from the reflection was the man from the bar. I had somehow become him. Screaming, I seemed to come back to reality. Once again, sitting with my fingertips touching the soft plastic of the white chip in front of me. My eyes darted to the bar to see the man remain seated there, just how I had remembered him. He still repeated his phrase, and the meaning behind those words began to click. Were those someone else's memories? Is that what you lose? Is that what you win? I nearly began to hyperventilate in my realization. What had they taken at my first loss? What was it that I no longer had any memory of? How is this even happening or possible? The man at the bar had been around for days. Is that what he meant by if you lose it? I clearly just won one of his memories. Had he lost this in this game to the point that he no longer remembered his family or where he lived? The dealer wasted no time in passing the cards back out again. Game 4 was about to start regardless of my pending anxiety attack. I was dealt a pair of 2s under the gun, and decided to see it out. I knew I was beat when the first card came out. I braced myself for what I was about to lose. A chill ran up my spine and my heart, in my throat. Tears welled in my eyes as the strange sensation of losing something washed over my mind. I began to cry as I passed the single white chip across the table towards the winner. This time, the only guy without any form of prop or distinguishable accessory. I couldn't choose what I let go of or choose what to forget. When you lose, it just takes whatever memories it wanted, and there was nothing you could do about it. The worst part about any of it was that I had no idea what part of my life was being ripped away. It was just suddenly gone, and I had no way of knowing. I tried my best to go over in my head as many details and facts about myself as I could remember. What my name was, why I was there, everything. Sadly, there wasn't much that was coming back to me, and I didn't get much time before the next game. Again, without hesitation, the dealer began to hand out cards. It was the final game, and I already had 2 wins and 2 losses. If I won this game, then I would have enough money. Enough money to pay back the hospital, right? Yeah, that was why I was here. I have to pay the hospital. I got dealt an ace and a king this time. Oh, suit. I decided to play it out. It's not the best hand in the world, but as my pulse pounded, I was quickly relieved by hitting my straight on the 4th card. Nothing like hitting your out on the turn, I guess. I knew it was amazing. It was a huge relief that I had won, but I had very little emotion to show. My brain was too busy trying to pick out the pieces and figure out what I had forgotten about my losses. As the cigar guy slid the final chip my way, I hesitated and refused to touch it at first. I didn't want new memories clouding my ability to gain my old one back. I knew that it was of no use, though. The only way to get whatever was going to come back would be to win it back in this godforsaken game. I needed to go pay the hospital. I do remember that. Why did I need to pay them? I seem to have forgotten that. I don't know what else to do, so I'm going to keep playing until I can remember what it was again. I just don't remember. I can't 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 remember.
This journal was left at the hospital, along with a very large sum of money in the early morning, the day of my surgery. The nurses read through it and discovered that the money was for my surgery and that the journal should go to me. I thought of transcribing it here in hopes that someone out there may have seen my husband and can tell him to come home. I'm truly terrified that something may have happened to him. So I sit here in tears, just hoping that just one of you may have some information about him. And if you see this, I love you, Dave. Please come home.
I'm a big fan of old browser games. I used to play a lot of them when I was a kid, and while most of them were buggy or repetitive, they were still a great way to kill some time while you were at school or when you were stuck at home. I have many fond memories of sitting at the computer with my friends and laughing and showing each other the games we found on random websites. But when I heard that Java was being phased out, I got to thinking about all the old games that I used to enjoy, and I decided to track some of them down. I went to Reddit to see if anybody knew any sites that still hosted the games of my youth, since many of the sites that I'd found them on were now lost to time. A few of them suggested Newgrounds, it was a place I was familiar with, but a dozen of other sites also came up. These were smaller places, which made up for their lack of showmanship with a vast selection of retro Flash games. I started clicking on them, basking in the nostalgia for a while, and losing myself in the simple pleasures of these often simple games. I mean, I was stuck at home due to quarantine, so what else was I going to do? And that's how I found ICanScareYou.exe. I read the description twice, liking what I saw, and I wondered how I'd never seen this game before. I used to love the small section of adventure games you'd sometimes find on Java games, little maze runners or exploration adventure games, and this one had a creepy twist to it. I expected it to be a lot of poorly animated jump scares, probably some loud screams accompanied by pictures of the girl from Poltergeist. But I figured I'd try it on anyway. And what did I have to lose, right? I loaded it up, and I was greeted by something similar to the screensaver from Windows 95. For those of you unaware of the concept, screensavers were used back in the day to stop our monitors from screwing up and freezing in place. Windows had many iconic screensavers. One of the most recognizable was the maze that you often saw sprawling out before you as your point of view shifted to follow the runner through it as they searched for the exit. This game had dropped me into a maze with brick walls and a sand floor and an 8-bit soundtrack trying for a creep aesthetic, but mostly just sounding spooky. It was a little different than I remembered, though. The walls were black brick, like a negative copy of the maze, and they were covered in a bright green moss, bordered in neon. The sand was so dark, and as I moved, it made that classic game crunch that meant you were moving over dirt. I could hear something like the wind in the background. As I moved, I could see that the normal pictures on the walls had been replaced with grainy photos of people. The images were pixelated, but clearly actual photos. The strange thing was that they weren't of any, corpses or monsters or anything. They were just ordinary people, some of them smiling, some of them looking off blankly, but all of them looking like candid shots of people from websites or the DMV or something. As I moved through the maze, I became aware of a voice that seemed to follow me. It was just a whisper at first, but the deeper I went into the maze, the louder it became. I would turn around to find that the pictures were still on the walls, but that whatever was making the noise was nowhere in sight. The images seemed to repeat themselves, the same 10 or 12 photos again and again and again, and I figured that they must be the staff that had worked on the game or something. I mean, it was a little creepy having them watch me as I went through the maze, but no creepier than anything else I'd ever seen in a game. The voice, however, was definitely getting a little nerve-wracking. I could hear it now, and it was saying the same thing over and over again in a vaguely feminine, computerized voice. I can scare you. I kind of scare you. I turned the head of my character, but there was nothing behind me. The voice had sounded close, and I assumed it was the enemy of the game. It kept moving away and getting closer, always just out of sight, so I just kept moving. I kept looking for the exit. I kept making my way. There was always an exit in the screensaver, one that made the maze fall apart and a new maze would begin. When I found what I was looking for, it turned out to be the last thing I'd expected. I came around a corner, I heard the voice getting louder. I can scare you. I can kind of scare you. I turned left, I found a dead end. I can scare you. I can kind of scare you. I dashed back out, I took a right instead, and then I found another dead end. I can scare you. I can kind of scare you. I sighed. I turned to face my fate. That's when I saw the beast lurking in this maze. I can scare you. I can kind of scare you. There's a grainy picture just like the others, but this one moved, and it was far from bland recreations like the other ones had been. The image's eyes appeared to leak blood. The mouth crunched as it blared its ceaseless words. It barreled towards me lamely, filling the whole hallway, its face twisted in pixelated agony as it crashed closer and closer. I can scare you. I can kind of scare you. Despite its alarming form, it was clearly a picture of my dad's face. And I backpedaled in fear, running and taking turns at random until I finally came to a dead end that contained a single floating picture. It was the exit grid, but I didn't want to know what sort of new maze it would take me to. It was a crumpled body, a car accident or a hit and run lying in the street in a squishy mass of broken flesh. It was grainy and pixelated like the others, but this one made me stop and gasp a little as I tried to make sense of it. The body's face was pointing to the sky, its mouth open and its eyes staring as I looked at it, and the blood seemed to pool around it, glistening wetly despite its origin. I can scare you. I can kind of scare you. I jumped as I heard the phrase uttered right behind me, loud enough to make my speakers crackle. And suddenly my POV fell over and my screen was covered in red as the screaming monster with my father's face crunched its jaws over me. I turned the screen off and I pushed away from my computer, suddenly not wanting to see anymore. The last image had been the most familiar of all, and It wasn't every day that you get to look at your own face as you lay dying. The other pictures had been strangers. They had been weird stock images, but the images of my father and I had been as unique as they were jarring. The face of my father had been twisted in agony. The eyes had been turned up in anger, and the neon red blood oozed from them in my own face, and my body had been confused, devoid of hope as it lay bleeding to death in a pool of its own pixelated blood. Even if the game somehow pulled pictures from your computer, they couldn't have gotten either of those from any of the images that I had. No picture of my father existed that looked like that, and certainly no picture of me existed anywhere like that one. I closed my eyes and I realized that at some point it had gotten dark. Looking at my watch, I realized I had been playing that game for 3 hours, and it was pushing midnight. So, shutting down and climbing in my bed, I tossed and I turned as I tried to push the image of that final horror out of my mind. As grainy and as unreal as it had been, it was still a picture of me as I laid dying. How did they have that? Where did it come from? Those images followed me into my sleep and they haunted my dreams all night. I found that I was running from that hellish thing in my nightmare as it screeched and chomped right behind me. It didn't beat around the bush. It didn't beat around the bush this time, and it dogged my heels for hours as I ran through that 8-bit maze. Right at the end, I came to a dead end and I saw my own body lying on the floor surrounded by blood. I rolled my head lamely to look at myself, moaning out a mouthful of blood as the huge dad head fell on me and turned my world red. When my cell phone woke me up at 7:15, it was almost a blessing. I reached for it groggily, seeing my mom's number, and answered it shakily. Hello? Honey? Baby, I need you to listen for a minute. There's been an accident. She sobbed a little before continuing. Your father's dead, sweetheart. I sat up quickly, still thinking I was dreaming. What? Turn on the news, honey. It's been all over the news since it happened. I need you to come to the house right away. I need someone here with me. I told her that I would, and she hung up as I walked into the living room and switched on the TV, wondering what I would find on the screen. It had been a bus accident that had happened about a half an hour ago. Dad, the other passengers, and the driver had been killed when another bus had T-boned them at an intersection. The bus Dad was on had been crushed against a storefront. And the engine ignited. The ensuing fire had made rescue very difficult. After extinguishing it, emergency services had really only been rescuing bodies. Then they started flashing pictures of the deceased across the screen, and I felt the remote slip from my hand and clatter to the hardwood. I recognized all of them. They were the faces in the maze. I flopped boundlessly onto the couch, my legs refusing to hold me up. I curled up on the couch now, filled with a deep sense of dread over the knowledge I seemed to possess. Everyone I'd seen in the maze last night, they were dead. They were dead, all except for one. I had seen my own contorted face as I lay broken on the floor of that 8-bit maze. If everyone I had seen there was supposed to die today, why had I seen my picture? I hadn't died. I was clearly alive. For now, people keep calling me, but all I can do is hunker down on my couch and wait. Waiting for my own fate to come and sweep me off the board as well. So if you stumble across this game in your internet travels, do yourself a favor. Don't play it.
I wish I never had. As a historian, I have to take a larger happening, dissect it and organize it to make it more palpable to my readers, and that can obviously be difficult. Events bleed into one another, and following each thread to see where it leads it's time-consuming, it's tedious. And that's not the added task of having to sift through people's testimonies to look for inconsistencies and lies. And many of the people I've interviewed, they're still suffering. Trauma can color memories, make things stand out starkly, and erase everything else. It can halt someone's emotional growth. Several people I've talked to still speak, and they still dress like they were back then, and keep them in the dark. Honestly, I've had moments where I've wondered what the point really is in all this. So many people don't care. So many people are stuck in the quagmire. And I'm certain there's more suicides if the U.S. government hadn't started punishing the loved ones and friends of those who did it. But whenever I think that, whenever I get into that thought cycle, I make myself do it anyway, because not everyone has surrendered themselves to merely existing. There are people still struggling to improve their situation. These documents are vital in not only learning where we were back then and how this all came about, but it also shed a lot of light on the weaknesses of our enemy. So with that said, I've tried to organize the events that led to the fall of America as best as I can. Number 1, the first attacks. Number 2, the local police's response in the evacuation of Halliston. Number 3, the military's involvement. And number 4, Gestalt's counterattack. From there, we can move on to what happened to the rest of America leading to its fall. Now, Howard Klosk and Alice Evans' phone calls gave us a fairly good idea that the first few attacks started between 1 and 2 in the afternoon, which adds up to when the first video was uploaded. The video, which was posted on Facebook, was taken by Theo Brandt, a single father who was at the local park with his son, Matt. They were celebrating the boy's 8th birthday, and Brandt was live-streaming the event for his family, who were away at the time. Because the man and his son were both taken, and with zero interest from any surviving member of his family, I'll recap the events of the video as best I can. The first few minutes are dedicated to Brandt and his son talking to their relatives, thanking them for their well wishes, asking them about how their days were going. They're all as happy as one might expect. After a while, Matt wanders off to the playground equipment, and his father sets the phone on a bench, and he goes to play with him. The two spend their time talking about their plans for the rest of the day and talking to people. All the while, the wind starts to pick up. It's honestly just as bad watching it the second time as it was the first. There's this awful helplessness watching these two enjoy their day, even as elsewhere in town the first attacks are beginning. Theo is holding Matt up so that he can reach the topmost bars of the jungle gym when a flyer lands out of sight of the camera. The two of them see it, though, and react accordingly, with Theo seeing the incoming attack and turning to shield his son from the blow. Flyer charges into view, rams into him, and begins tearing into his back with several mouths, which extend tube-like from the front half of its body. Father and son scream in unison. All too quickly, Theo lets go of Matt, sobbing, hysterical, turns and runs. Several more flyers land, and in his panic, the boy tries to climb up one of the slides. I wish I could say that the stream ended just as the flyers were reaching up into the slide, but it didn't. It didn't, and that's all I'll say. The footage was taken off Facebook for obvious reasons.
And then it reappeared across various sharing sites before a major news group got a hold of it and decided to run with it once their sources got wind that state police had been called in for assistance. At the time, they ran the story under the assumption that it was a hoax. Maybe promotion for a new movie. It was in very bad taste. Obviously, it wasn't. For a time, they ran with it, even when the second and third videos surfaced, and all the other reports started coming in, leaked statements, videos, pictures taken by refugees and military personnel alike, and the tensions grew. And then came the next two videos, one taken by an unknown civilian, which showed several basic constructs emerging from the woods onto their property, the most prominent among them being a half-flayed deer, with the twisted body of a woman hanging backwards from its upper torso like a ghoulish tongue. This image would prove one of the most lasting, alongside the pictures of the treaters' first attack. The Gestalt advancing through the Panama Canal and the burning of New York. The other, taken by a local officer, which was dash cam footage of two flyers prying the roof off of a car and taking the people inside. I couldn't find anything on the first person, but a friend of mine, who wishes to remain anonymous, was able to locate the second. Her name was Amanda Hughes. She was an officer stationed at Halliston and is, I believe, the only survivor amongst the few first responders. It took a little time before my friend and I were able to find out where she lived, but we did. She was living in one of the bunkers, so we went armed. We found her in a little room crowded with box fans and air fresheners. It was a mild day by Antarctic standards, but she clearly hadn't left in quite a while, and she didn't seem the sort to clean up after herself, so you can imagine what it was like. She was sitting in a recliner, pale and dirty. She was high, not on anything prescribable, and we didn't really know what to do, so we sat and we waited for her to come to. She was obviously terrified when she did, but when we told her what we were there for, she mellowed somewhat. I'd come with a list of questions, but when she collected herself, she told me that it was karma. It was karma catching up with her, and that she needed to confess. Here's a transcript.
I was never really a part of the team. Not like Whitney or Fallman or Jared. They were the ones who went out day after day, keeping peace in that little nothing of a town. I could shoot, but I usually stayed behind a desk and took calls. It was embarrassing. Do you know how many crazies there are in a small town? More than you think. That's why I didn't believe either of the first calls. I mean, some woman calling in from a rehab center telling me that there were things flying around and snatching people up and carrying them away. And then there was the jogger. The man called into the station at 6 a.m. to tell me that his dog had gotten stuck in a bear trap and then got carried off by a giant spider. What was I supposed to believe? I told them both that I'd look into it, then filed it away as weird towny crap. I didn't mean to tell the Sheriff Johansson, I swear I did, but I didn't get around to it because then all the other calls started coming in. An old woman saw strange animals in her backyard, some guy who lived outside of town saw a big tumor in the sky, surrounded by the ash cloud, a little boy said that there were monsters in his house. I start fielding them after that one, actually giving them to people. People start heading out, I call the sheriff and tell him what's up. Then Jared radios me, he's up looking for that kid. There's nothing but blood on the ground and a bunch of broken windows. He's really upset and now so am I. He's still looking when he sees the treader out an upstairs window. He and I both got to see it before it landed. He starts telling me what he's seeing and I'm trying not to believe him. But I'd known him forever and I couldn't convince myself that he was lying. I'm still trying to figure out what I think when I hear someone scream right outside the station. It sounds like it's a long way off for a second, then it gets louder, and then it stops. Whitney was with me. She was getting ready to go out with Fulman as backup when she heard it. We all go to the front door and there's someone lying on the pavement, all crumpled and bloody. I can hear him crying and trying to scream from inside. Of course, Whitney tells Fulman to get a stretcher and then goes out there to see if she can help. I see her get to him, see her kneel down to check him over, and then I see a shadow above her. Like a personal rain cloud, it gets darker, and then one of those things drops like a missile, and BAM! Grabs her with its ribs and flies up. I swear to you, I felt like I stroked out. I just stood there like a statue. I couldn't move, couldn't blink, couldn't even breathe enough to scream. Fulman comes back with the stretcher, sees that Whitney is gone, and goes out with his gun drawn. Same thing happens, only he gets off some shots, but there's just one of those things, and they take him too. It felt like the world fell away from under me. I remember going into the sheriff's office, locking the door and just staring into nothingness until it all hit me at once. I screamed and cried until I threw up all over myself. Then I crawled under his desk and curled up into a ball. Some cop. I stayed that way for a while. I could hear the phones and comms going off in the other room until, one by one, they all just stop. Jared. He's the one who got me out of it. I heard a door slam open, then he started calling for me. I went out and he looked like I felt, like the world was ending and we were trapped in our burrows while the water came flooding down. He was shaking. He never shook, and I smelled vomit on his breath. He told me that we had to leave town, leave the state, because there was something big out there, bigger and worse than the other things out there. I nodded and went along. He told me to get one of the big guns from the cabinet, said that it wouldn't kill any of them, but the firing power might knock them back, tear them apart, give us time to run. We head out, the sky's gone gray, but it isn't raining. There are people screaming further in, but everything's quiet where we are. There's nothing left of Whitney or Fulman, just puddles of blood on the pavement. We take my car, Jared drives because I can't think properly, and he's still got some adrenaline in his system. I could hear them behind us, and on either side, I didn't look out. I just shut my eyes until I heard the car come up behind us. There was a family in there, mom, dad, and a little girl. The dad was driving, he was crying, the mom was sitting in the passenger seat with a towel or something pressed to her throat. She was bleeding out, and she'd gone completely gray. The girl was just staring, looking out at nothing. There was blood on her shirt and, something stuffed in her hands. I couldn't look away. I saw the shadows move up over the top of the car. I screamed again, but of course they didn't hear me, and those things just crashed down on top of it and started peeling the top off. The dad had a gun. He shot at them. I think he actually managed to hit some of them, but it didn't matter. They started lifting the car off the ground, but I guess the top was too beaten up, so it just ripped off. You know, there was a moment, just a second, where I thought for sure that they were gonna get away. They'd leave those things behind and we'd all get out, even if nobody else did. But they didn't. I saw the father realize what was happening. I saw him train his gun on his daughter. And one of those things caught him by the wrist with one of its mouths and took the whole hand before he could fire a round. Then they took them. Jared took a shotgun from the back, stopped the car, got out, and started firing. Told me it was useless, and not 5 minutes later, he did it anyway. He managed to take the wing off of the one holding the little girl, and it dropped her. Then he turned to me and shouted, "Help me get her in the car." He didn't. He turned away right after and went to help her. He went to help her when those things were still there. I didn't have time, and she'd fallen from 10 feet up. I heard her legs snap, and she didn't cry out. She wouldn't have helped him get her up anyway. They picked her back up, and him too. I remember. God, He was screaming. And he was screaming. He'd been to Iraq. He was the second oldest next to the sheriff. He'd seen things. And he screamed like he was a kid, and none of that had happened. The girl didn't scream. She didn't fight. It took 2 flyers for Jared. 1 for her. I couldn't have helped. Don't you see that? There was no way I could have done anything to those things. Everyone knows how hard to kill they are. And we didn't even know you could kill them. What was I supposed to do? Die for both of them? Get turned into more of it? I couldn't. I took the dash cam with me though, and put the footage online. For what good it did. Still, things still went to shit. But I owed him. I knew I had to do something. Make up for it somehow. Like it matters. I'm a coward. I knew that then. I didn't want to admit it. Maybe that's why I never fit in with the others. They all knew what I didn't want to admit. There's a really old saying, a coward dies 1,000 deaths, but a hero dies only once. But what if you don't die? Every day I wake up and I remember how disgraceful I was that day. What I let happen to the people I worked with. It's like you live your life getting slapped every day. But I'm alive, and I'm me. As much as that counts for anything. But what if they're all still alive? Whitney and Jared and that family? Just as a part of that thing? I'd rather hate myself for the rest of my life. At least it's mine to hate.
I left Miss Hughes's apartment shaking and frustrated. I'd heard that theory before, and I hate hearing it brought up. And I also don't know what to do with her admissions to us. Law was never my specialty, and the justice system has become even more convoluted since the world fell apart. I could give it to a policeman who's a friend of mine, but I don't know if I should even bother. Still, her story gives us a new piece of the puzzle. The local police's response to the situation. Now we need the military perspective. Thankfully, we found 2 out of the 6 who escaped, who were willing to speak to us. The first name is Armin Perez. He's a top-ranking police officer, also a Marine, who served in the first military confrontation against the Gestalt. When I told him about what we were trying to accomplish here, he was more than willing to tell his story. 2 in a week. Very refreshing from the usual. I was feeling unwell that day, so one of my associates, Nora Agby, conducted the interview in my stead.
Has started. Okay, can you tell me your name for the record?
Armin Perez, formerly a corporal of the United States Marines. Now I'm a counselor for the GC. I work here and sometimes I coordinate with some of the others in Africa and China. Do you need any more details before we begin?
No, actually. Can you start by telling me how your day started?
I woke up depressed. My mother-in-law had called me the day before to tell me that my wife was in the hospital because she'd caught a stomach bug. And with that, on top of the morning sickness, she was going to have to stay another day or 2. I hated being alone back then. I've never been able to slow my mind down, you know? It just doesn't work like that for me. So even while I was suiting up, I was thinking about the baby. If it was going to be okay. If Raina was going to be okay. What I'd do if something happened.
Did you talk to anyone about it?
With who? We'd only moved in a year ago. Gotta trade in the Texas heat for New England cold. And lose all my old squad buddies at the same time. And it was a little northern town, so there weren't any other people like us there, and yeah, most of the people were really nice, but some weren't.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I guess I didn't get that.
You guess?
I'm not very good at stuff like that.
I see.
Can we please get back to the interview?
Yes. So, as I said, my wife was sick and I was worried, so I didn't start off the day right at all. And then, the first reports hit the internet. Nobody knew exactly what was happening. There were the videos, of course, but a lot of people didn't believe what they were seeing. And the ones that did ended up arguing with the ones who didn't. So that ended up distracting from things, and that's not even counting the disappearances and the testimonies from Aiden and Alden. Eventually, a squad of state troopers went in and didn't come out. And that got some gears turning. Some higher-ups at the Department of Defense decided to send in a drone to scope the place out before they decided on what to do.
Did you see the footage?
Not at the time, but we got to see it in the debrief. By then, people were talking about it like it was Bigfoot. A lot of whispering, a lot of fudge details, but I got the gist that it was bad in a way that nobody there could fully come to grips with, if they believed it at all.
Will you get in trouble if you describe what you saw on the tape? I mean, is there an NDA or something?
Nope. It wasn't much until the end. Just an aerial shot of a town square that looked like a ride had passed through it. Broken windows, overturned and abandoned cars, busted doors and bloodstains on the ground. But no people. Eventually, the drone cleared the town and got maybe a quarter mile into the woods when one of the flyers snagged it. The camera didn't catch much, just a wing and 2 hands, both lefts, one belonging to a white man, the other a black woman.
How did you react to it?
I reacted the same way most of the other guys did. I wasn't sure if somebody was pulling a prank on us. I mean, they had, looking it over to see if it was legit, but they hadn't gotten back by that point.
But they still wanted you guys to look into it?
People had disappeared. There were hundreds of people calling nearby police stations, army bases, news outlets, taking to the internet, people who'd lost someone or thought that they had, and people who'd actually seen things. And there were a lot of pictures and videos still trickling in, and nobody could fake that many disappearances, so they were going to do something anyway. Say what you will about the old government, but allowing a potential terrorist threat to go uninvestigated wasn't really in the cards. I remember how tense everyone was the day before we were supposed to be deployed.
Is it?
Yes, it always happens, but this felt different. Instead of sitting in a tent or riding out to some desert somewhere far away, we were at Fort Devens. We were home. We couldn't look forward to coming back. We couldn't carry that hope for familiar soil with us. We were surrounded by men and women, civilians and feds, watching their phones or TVs and getting more and more jittery and worried. You'd pass clusters of people whispering, praying. You'd hear people venting or crying from behind closed doors, or find people throwing up in the bathrooms. Every hour on the hour. It was like another layer of disbelief was being peeled back. People started off by saying that it wasn't real. But by the 3rd day of red tape and whispering and new footage and interviews with people who looked too broken to be faking it, a lot of those people were starting to just sound desperate. I had to keep to myself. I was having nightmares and feeling sick, so I started the day wandering around or sitting in my bunk with my iPod. I just listened to music and not think, because I knew that thinking too much would land me in the same position as everyone else. It didn't work, before you ask. Every day there was a new argument. People were saying that it wasn't real because it hadn't moved in on any other town since the news started coming in. But most of the nearby towns had been evacuated by then, so that defense was worthless. Other people were still arguing over whether or not it was all real, only things started to get violent. We had to split up a few fights. Someone had a knife pulled on them, and they had to arrest a man for beating his wife unconscious.
Did anyone, any of your soldiers, the ones who were serving with you, have bad reactions to the news?
You mean extreme reactions? because none of us reacted well to what was going on.
Yeah.
Then yes, one guy let himself get court-martialed rather than go out there. Did it the day before we were supposed to head out. And before that, one of my teammates, Richard Cosgrove, got so worried that he ended up breaking down in the mess hall in front of everybody. Not many of us wanted to go, but if we didn't, then somebody else would have had to. We'd all get in serious trouble, and there'd have been no point in the end. We left by helicopter before the sun had risen. We'd been given the usual equipment, plus high-end gas masks. Some people thought there could have been a gas leak or some experimental hallucinogen that a bioterror group might have been using, and some suits to go with them. They also gave us thermite charges. There were 14 of us total, split into 2 groups of 5 and 1 of 4. We hadn't been able to replace the guy who freaked out in time. I was in one of the 5 strong groups. It was me, Matt Burnett, Peter Cosgrove, Maya Bomer, and Arne Voigt. I'd known Bomer and Voigt the most. Voigt was an immigrant from Poland, so he knew how it felt to be isolated and off from everything, even if our stories weren't all that alike. Bomer was nice, and not like Marina. Marina is what my father called a spitfire, a heckler in a way that's always going to be a comfort to me. An athlete. Maya was quiet, a stoic, I guess. Not much for pep talks, but she was always there. Alongside Voigt. Told me jokes only she found funny. Told me secrets about the people who'd say stuff to me. Looked the other way when I let myself get even. They're good people. My team touched down in a little camping site out to the woods in the southeast of Halliston. The other 2 groups, Fisher's and I can't remember his name, I'm sorry.
I can find out later.
Alright, Fisher's group was canvassing the area where the school was. That was to the southwest, and the last group was taking the woods where Howard Close's house was, where he reported seeing the ash cloud. There were drones on standby too, armed ones. Burnett thought it was stupid, but the guys they were supposed to protect didn't. Neither did I, for the matter. The place was quiet. Nothing there but thick forest and a dirt path that led into the town. The walk there was disquieting. We were hemmed in by these tall trees which were all bare, so we could see just how far it went. The ground in there was covered with leaves, just this sea of red and gold and green. It would have looked beautiful if there were any sign of life in there. But there wasn't. No squirrels, no birds. Nothing but the breeze moved those leaves and the tree branches. And it was quiet, too. Quiet in that way that you always see in movies or read about in books, where the silence is so thick and so foreboding that you want to say something or make some kind of sound to break through it. But at the same time, you are too worried what might happen if you do. So you keep your mouth shut. I remember taking it all in, thinking, I'm going to have to fight today, and feeling this tightening in all my muscles and in my gut. The walk wasn't that long. Fisher and the other group radioed in halfway in, and we all nearly soiled ourselves, but nothing else happened. The residential area was just as quiet as the trail had been when we got there. We looked so out of place. A platoon of soldiers armed with rifles and grenades, canvassing a quiet little suburb with white sidewalks and perfectly square houses. Then again, even though it was subtler than most I had seen, there were still signs of violence. A fence knocked over and reduced to splinters, green lawns turned to mush by lots of hands and feet, vacant windows, a car flipped on its side with its doors torn off, front doors caved in, a pool of blood drawing flies in the middle of the street, torn clothing and shoes in gutters. Fisher had already made it to the school with his group, and they called in to report the same kind of thing. Then the last group. Perchout. That was his name. Perchout chimed in to say they were close to Close's house. They had seen something flying far overhead, but couldn't be sure what it was. Everyone went quiet after that, and we started searching the houses. Some were ransacked, some were just empty. Sometimes we'd find a collar lying on a porch or kitchen floor, or a splintered door leading into a room where the person inside had tried to put up a fight. We found food rotting in countertops, guns laying in disassembled piles, bullet holes in the walls, bloody clothing all torn to shreds. The only things we didn't find were bodies and broken glass.
Glass?
Yeah, even with all the windows broken, we never saw or stepped on a single piece inside or outside the rooms their windows led to. Wish I'd seen it sooner. Not that it would have helped. So, we kept moving, and each house we left made something in my chest tighten more and more, until by the 10th house, I felt like I was going to have a heart attack. I've felt that sort of thing before, but never as acutely. Everything about the place...
Can you elaborate on your worry, I mean?
I guess it was because it was there. Not in a desert 1,000 miles away, but in a little suburb, like the ones me and my family had lived in since I'd been born. Those places were so similar, but they each left me with so many memories, good and bad. And seeing this violence, without an enemy to fight, to stop, it got to me.
Oh, thank you for your help.
Anytime. May I continue?
Yes, please.
Everything about the place was making me nervous. And that was before I noticed the smell. It was like the most cloying, pure distilled form of nameless chemical you could imagine. It didn't smell quite like bleach, but it did smell a little bit like bile. It wasn't powerful right away, but the longer we stayed, the stronger it seemed to get. Sometimes I wake up and I swear I can taste it in the back of my throat. There were 5 houses in when I heard voices. They were muffled, but they sounded close by. We looked around, checked in a few windows before we were able to figure out which house it was coming from. And before you ask, the house didn't look like anything special. Just another white 2-story with a concrete stoop and empty windows. The only difference was the lawn was more overgrown than the others. We went around the side, using a kind of alleyway between that house and its neighbors, keeping low and listening as best we could. Bummer found a window at ground level and scoped it out. Then she and I went in. It was like walking from a blizzard right into the heart of the Amazon. The air was thick, humid. That chemical smell was so much stronger. It was like the fresh air couldn't beat it back. We were in a living room with shag carpeting, and the stuff squished under our boots. The voices were clear now, and after a minute of listening in, I felt like I'd taken a downturn on a carnival ride. They were speaking English mostly, but they weren't saying anything that made sense. Just random words. Like a predictive text or what a stroke victim would say. Their tones were all off. Too loud, but not angry or happy. Their inflections were all off, and there was no flow to their conversation. I think that was the moment when I knew that I was going to regret distracting myself and denying what was happening. I think Bomer felt the same way. She was pale, and when she brought out the fiber optic wand and looked under the door, she just let the thing drop and walked back, mouth open, eyes so wide you could see the red around them. I couldn't help it. I bent down, took it up, and looked in. It was sitting at the kitchen table, or I guess parts of it were. It was a woman, 2 men, and a child. All of them were naked. Their skin was flushed and wet, like they had the mother of all fevers. And they were just pushing garbage, rotting food and animal parts around on plates. And they had these tubes coming out of the tops of their heads, like they were the ends of an angler fish's lure. The tops of their faces were all stretched up, like melted plastic. You couldn't see their eyes. One of the men and kids were so severe, you couldn't see their eyes, but you could see most of their gums and the stuff above it. They were just sitting there, acting like nothing was wrong, gibbering to each other like mental patients, while the thing connected to the tube sat in the part of the floor that had broken through and breathed. Bomer had been lucky. She hadn't screamed. I wasn't, and I did. I was in the process of turning when I heard the gunfire. I rushed to the window. Bomer was throwing up, and I was feeling the world spin beneath me. And I got there in time to see Burnett getting dragged into a basement window by a long, red tentacle that was alive with moving fingers. He fired into it, and something in that basement groaned. Then the foundation started to crack, and the dirt was bulging up. The door behind me burst open. I heard 4 voices moaning alongside the thing in the other house. Then Bomer had grabbed me and thrown me out of the window and followed me. Burnett was screaming. Those fingers were digging little bits of him out. He was going pale, and I saw his gun had jammed at some point. So I lifted my gun and emptied a clip into the tentacle and severed it. I made that thing down there scream. Then Cosgrove had pulled him free, and we were all running back the way we came. As we ran, we could hear things running along the roofs or opening doors. Something on a rooftop threw a big shard of glass through Bomer's cheek. I turned and saw something red and wet and shaped a little like a pillar glide across the roof before it started slinging more glass at us. I also saw doors opening and faces popping up in windows. I heard things start to scream in their houses. Something really big started moving behind the row of houses. Something else, probably that thing in the basement, started tearing its way out of the ground. I could hear earth churning. I tried not to look back more than I had to. It was bad enough in those few seconds. They had to put me on a watch from those few glimpses. We were halfway to the trail when one of them blindsided us. A dog with a woman's head. We heard it coming, but it went under our defenses and latched onto Burnett's leg, trying to pull him out of Cosgrove's arms. Voight blew it apart with a shotgun blast. But there were others like it. Of course it'd be a whole pack, coming up on us fast. So we had to deal with them. Not like a dog, not really, but definitely not human.
Mr. Perez?
I thought I could brute force my way through this, just get it over and done with. Like being sick. But I can't. I need a break.
Wait, a recording is Recording has resumed after a 20-minute break. Mr. Perez, can you keep going?
Barely.
Okay, you said that you and the rest of your troop took out those dog Gestalt, right?
Is that what they're called?
I don't know. The forums have names for all the documented repeating variants of Gestalt, but I can't remember them.
Forums? That thing has fans?
More interested people than fans. Would you call a criminologist a fan of crime? Or a psychologist a fan of mental health? I mean, there are some people who are too young to understand, or people who saw things back then and got very, very wrong-headed ideas about it. But there are psychos everywhere. I mean, just because the world's been reshaped doesn't mean that the normal human evil is gone forever. Races and classes and cultists are still around. They probably always will be.
You sound like you've had some experience.
With who?
Any of them.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure all the time. I have trouble reading and understanding other people sometimes. But I met a few people who thought I was uppity, and I've talked to a few people who think the Gestalt is God and want everyone else to become one with God by joining it.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. There's nothing you can do for people like that. Alright, so you killed those dogs. Then what happened?
We disabled them. I'm not sure if anything short of fire or poison can kill them.
Alright, so you disabled them. What then?
We kept running. Up the hill to the trail. We radioed the copter and tried to get a hold of the other teams, but Fisher was fighting too, and Fairchild's line was just dead. We were maybe a third of the way up when we heard wings above us. Me, Voight, and Bomer looked up and started firing the instant we heard a swarm of those torsos, the flying ones. We hit some of them, but they weren't there for a direct attack. Instead, I saw their ribs open up, and in the next second, something hit the ground right in the middle of our group. Then I was tumbling ass over end with a dozen pieces of glass through my hands and face. The concussion from the bomb threw us apart. Me and Bomer were thrown backwards, so we stayed on the trail. Voight went flying into a tree trunk to the right of us, and Cosgrove and Benetti landed in the deadfall to the left. I was up first, Bomer second. The shrapnel had torn her hands up, taken off a finger and taken an eye. I was only slightly better. I only lost an ear and a chunk of my scalp. Not that you can see it with the hair in the way. The world was spinning. There was this awful smell, worse than the one in town. My skin was burning and I felt like I couldn't breathe right. I remember how the world was spinning even as I got to my feet. How the air felt too thick, like I was underwater. Bomer was in a bad way, but she caught my attention and pointed me at Burnetti and Cosgrove. Her lips were moving, but I couldn't hear her over the ringing in my ears. Still, I understood what she wanted me to do, and I made myself start to jog towards them. Cosgrove was sitting up, the leaves falling over him. They were so thick down there they came up to his waist when he stood up. He was bleeding from a head wound, and one of his arms was broken, probably in a few places. Benetti was lying half in and half out of a drift, pale as milk, his face all cut up from the glass. I called out to them, told them I was coming down to get them. Then I started to look for a way down. My body wasn't cooperating with me. My fingers felt like somebody else's. My throat was burning, and so were my eyes, but I still tried. But it didn't amount to anything, because by the time I had found a root to use as a handhold, all hell had broken loose down there. I didn't hear the trap go off, but I did hear Cosgrove shouting. There was a ribcage clamped around his shin, one with some of the muscle still on it, like a living bear trap. Cosgrove grabbed a hold of one of them and started pulling it back. Then all the others sort of shivered and then bit down harder. He flailed and jerked back, and I saw something under the leaves pulse, like a ripple that went through the leaves, and that was all the warning I got before the force just came alive. They'd been under there the whole time. Hundreds of thousands of them, bits of flesh and bone, little animals, squirrels and rats and people's pets ripped open and joined together into this one big living nut that was swarming with hands that had been turned into spiders, or maybe they were just attached and they were just trying to grab a hold of the person. I don't remember. Cosgrove went down, screaming. He kept screaming until something like a centipede with a bobcat's head bit down into his throat. Something big dragged him under the leaves, and that was it. Benetti was too out of it to scream. They dragged him under too. Another tentacle with fingers on it. I ran. I turned and went for Bomer. She was near the deadfall. Voight was telling her to go. His back was broken, and they were coming up out of the ground on that side too. She left him, and we both ran back to base. We were there. We were in the clearing when we heard Voight start screaming, begging us to come help him. We couldn't even if we wanted to. They were coming out of the woods. Not just the little ones, but bigger ones too. Mountain lions with no heads and arms attached to their shoulders. Deer with dog mouths. Spiders made of arms and heads. Big red bear things covered in hands, like something from hell. We were out of ammo, so all we could do was watch. I felt like crying, because I knew that they'd overtake the chopper and bring it down, but I couldn't. It was like I was too tired, too hurt to do more than just stand and watch as the sun set.
Then they left.
How did you know that?
Another survival group got mobbed by them after nightfall. My boss got the info online. I'm actually supposed to interview 2 of them tomorrow, and I think that's all I can say.
I understand. And yes, they all flew off, back into town. We didn't know what to do. It was so unexpected. But we weren't going to take it for granted. So we just barely managed to signal the copter, and we went home, as long as it lasted. I didn't talk to her.
What?
Bomer, I never got to talk to her. Those last months there, I was just caught up in trying to process what had happened, what the news was saying. My wife had given birth, and I couldn't feel happy because I was still reliving that day over and over. I knew Bomer wasn't doing well, worse than me. The whole ride back, she never said a word. She risked jail time because nobody could get her to talk about what she'd seen. I did the talking for us. Not that it was enough, and not that it mattered in the end. We still lost everything. She just stared off the whole time, didn't talk until the day I was going up to Washington to give a statement at the federal courts. She hugged me, stared at me, and said, "We did the best that we could." And I knew that she didn't believe it. That was the last time I saw her. I didn't even know that she killed herself until after me and my family settled here. I was listening to the radio. A song that she used to like came on, and I remembered. I tried to call her up for a long time, and eventually I found her husband. And he told me that she'd...
You don't need to tell me. I'm sure my boss can, fill in the blanks.
Thanks. Is there anything else that you wanted to ask me?
No, I don't. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for your service.
Don't mention it.
Interview ended at 7:45, and recording ends now.
When I was a kid, I was on the show called Jerry's Place. The show has basically been erased from the public consciousness, so don't rack your brain if you can't remember it. See, we were working for a small Canadian studio, hoping to market the show to an American audience, but half of season 1 never even aired. The show followed a fairly typical formula. There's a father and mother character, wise yet silly parents who dispensed advice and hugs in equal parts. There's an older teenage sibling who was aloof and angsty, but also brought friends over to add color to the small cast, and 2 young siblings, one of them very young, the other of around 9 or 10, who were there to make hijinks and generally move the story along. The latter was my niche. I was the middle child. That was usually responsible for comic relief or having some part in the problem of the week's story. The 2 adult characters were Linda and Mike, and they were actually pretty cool too. See, Mike was a lifelong actor that always had a word of advice or a smile if you were feeling scared. As someone who grew up without a father, Mike was the person I used as a model for what a man should be, though it's probably become intertwined with his character on the show to a certain degree. Linda was great too, a mom with kids of her own who was always looking after us when we weren't shooting on set and making sure that we got enough to eat. My own mother was working 2 jobs to keep the lights on at home, so there were evenings when I would join Linda and her family for dinner until my mom could come and pick me up. Linda and Mike, they were almost like surrogate parents for me during those years of my life. And Rachel and Mark became almost like adopted siblings. Rachel was the older sister, angsty and above it all on camera, but she was always very nice off screen. Rachel would run lines with me when I was scared, and always help me when I needed something. She was actually 19, though she played a 16-year-old. And on the nights when Linda couldn't take me, I'd hang out with Rachel until Mom came to pick me up. Mark, the younger brother, was 6. We weren't too far off in age, really. I mean, we had similar interests. We would sit around between scenes, we'd talk about Ninja Turtles, or Power Rangers, play Game Boy together. In many ways, those 5 people became family to me for that 1.5 years of my life. And that makes the rest of the story all the harder to tell. It was a typical day of shooting. We finished what would have been season 1, and we were shooting some scenes for season 2. The network had been pleased with our viewership so far, so a second season seemed to be on the cards. With the second season, though, came a live studio audience. I mean, this was the 90s, and live studio audiences were all the rage. The first season had been live a few times for special episodes, but this season would have a live studio audience throughout. The presence of an audience was a bit distracting, and often led to Mark and I playing it up a little to get their attention. We had been asked to ignore them, but we were young, and the laughter of adults meant a lot to us. We were on episode 6 of season 2 when they brought in a very different audience. I remember it perfectly. The event gouged into my mind surgically. We were setting up for the opening scene when the stage door opened, and a crowd of people filled in. There were about 20 of them. Our audiences tended to be slow, and I can remember not seeing any children or strollers as they filled into the dark rows of seats. Usually they brought the house lights up for this, allowing us to see the audience, but today the crowd sat in shadow. Mark whispered to me about it, saying that they looked a little creepy, all huddled up in the dark. Told him it was probably just something new the director was going to do to make us ignore them. We set up for the shot, and I felt myself looking out into the crowd out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't that dark out there, not really, but the whole audience sat in a small sea of darkness that seemed to crowd around them. They didn't talk, didn't shuffle, they just hunched there and they waited for us to begin. We rolled the opening. Jerry's Place is filmed before a live studio audience. And we began. As Mike came on stage, the titular Jerry, I had expected the crowd to clap as they usually did when a character came on scene. They didn't, though. They just sat there and they waited. The director looked back at them, but shrugged and whispered something to his assistant. Mike looked out at the audience strangely too, but he was a pro and he didn't let it mess him up. Linda and Rachel, Megan and Bonnie on the show, were watching TV as Mike walked in from the kitchen and delivered his lines. They cued Mark and I to run downstairs and begin the show's problem, a broken toy that was important to me. By the end of the show, Mark would have saved enough money to buy me a new one, and I would learn a valuable lesson about sharing, and everyone at home would feel warm and fuzzy as my brother and I hugged it out. At least, that's how it should have gone. I came downstairs yelling about my toy, a model airplane, and Mark was right behind me in his typical little brother fashion. Mike looked at the plane and asked if I couldn't just use it like this. I hit my mark and I prepared to deliver my character's catchphrase. My catchphrases were prominent in the 90s. They were also very marketable, and my catchphrase was supposed to elicit laughs from the audience. Until then, they had just been sitting quietly. I wish they'd stayed quiet. Play with a broken toy? That's gonna be a deal breaker for me, Pops, I said, looking at the audience as I did so. That's when they started to laugh. I expected a chuckle, maybe even full-fledged laugh or two, but the audience emitted that hearty, candid laughter that you hear in sitcoms, when a real audience might be too much. Mike started to give his next line, but the audience just kept laughing. I looked at them, my face still holding that mischievous smile that it always did after my catchphrase, and saw that the shadowy crowd was laughing and heaving in unison. The shadowy mob was hitching and chuckling as one being, and as I watched, I felt my smile faltering. Mike tried to give his next line again, but the laughter overtopped him. The director said something to his assistant, and the man brought out cardboard cards that read, "Quiet, please." He held them high, right in front of the audience, but the audience just kept laughing. Their laughter had begun to sound sick. The longer they laughed, the more painful and crazed it began to sound. Someone in the crowd was clearly choking, but they continued to laugh through it. The laughter never rose or fell in volume, just the mad, candid laughter I would become so familiar with later in life. It was emotionless and inhuman, and it just continued to pour out of them as they sat huddled in the shadows. The assistant shouted at the crowd then. The director called for the cameras to be cut. One of the cameramen, I can't remember his name, but he was always kind of a joker, turned his camera to film the crowd. Maybe he thought it would be great for a gag reel or something, or perhaps he thought the studio was playing a joke on us, but whatever he was thinking, he had an excellent seat for what happened next. When the assistant's shouts failed to gain their attention, he walked into the seats and started yelling at the crowd. That's when his angry shouts turned into underwhelmed laughs, and he too started chuckling. The director turned and started shouting at the crowd to be quiet, even as he shouted at his assistant to come down. And by this point, we had all started milling about close to our marks, so we could start again. I couldn't help but notice Rachel and Linda on the couch and how Linda had a protective arm around Rachel. They looked scared, and despite being trained to stay close to our marks, I went over and sat with them, waiting to be in on the protective bubble. A stagehand had gone into the audience to get the assistant back, but now he was sitting and chuckling right along with the rest. It was the same candid laughter, but it sounded like lunatics now. They were constantly unchanging in pitch or fervor, and it was all becoming too spooky for me. Mark came to sit beside me as well, and I wrapped a brotherly arm around him just as Linda had. "I don't like this," Mark cried as big tears ran down his cheeks. "They're scaring me." I told him that I was pretty scared too, and when Mike came up and put his hand on the back of the couch, I felt safe knowing he was there. As we sat, another stagehand went up. He grasped the first by the arm, pulling him and trying to get him to leave, but soon he too was laughing and grinning as he took a seat next to him. The director forbade anyone else to go up after that. The crew sat huddled together on the edge of the set as they tried to figure out what was happening. There seemed to be a barrier between them and us. None of them came into our little circle of protection on the couch, and none of us felt the need to go to them. The director sent a stagehand to get security after the third member of the crew joined them. The stagehand found the doors to be locked, and none of his keys would open them. He came back white-faced, skirting the audience seats, as though whatever they had might be airborne. The director sent someone to see if the roof access was open, but they discovered the same thing. Keys didn't work, and the hatch was locked. Someone tried a landline in the back, but found no dial tone. This was before cell phones became the norm, but the director had a bag phone that he tried. Same thing. No dial tone and no calls would go out. And all the while, they laughed. After an hour, they were still laughing. The director and some of the crew had broken their distance and came to sit around the couch. They had brought items from the food service table over, and we all just kind of had a picnic. It would have been nice had the creepy laughing shadow people not been staring at us the whole time. As we ate, I noticed that some of the crew had stayed away and seemed to be eating on the set's outskirts. They kept looking at the crowd, and some of them were staring. And when I asked the director about them, he shook his head. One of them claims that their father is sitting in the audience. What? Mike asked, his mouth full of sandwich. He says that the man in the front row near the middle is his father. Says it can't be him because he died of lung cancer last year. But that definitely looks like him. He says that every now and again the laughing man will look at him, try to wave him over. He knows he shouldn't go, but he says that every time the guy waves him over, it's hard not to go. That's nuts, Linda breathed. Each of them has a story like that, the director says. For Carrie? He pointed to the redhead with a ponytail. It's her girlfriend who left for New Mexico and never came back. For Steve, he pointed to a man with a salt and pepper crew cut. It's his sister, who stopped talking to him after his parents left him everything in their will. They all have someone, and all of them think they might. But as he spoke, he saw Carrie get up and take a step towards the chuckling crowd. One of the others grabbed her, but she shrugged him off and walked towards the crowd like someone in a dream. She embraced one of the shadow masses and then sat next to them, chuckling and smiling as his butt pressed the seat. After Steve left too, the director decided to take action. He told one of the hands near us to turn up the house lights. He wanted lights in the crowd so he could see who they were. Maybe they would stop laughing if their cover was blown, and this could all be over and we could all go back to work. He still seemed to think that this might be a prank, though not a very funny one, and wanted an end to it already. Some of the stage hands went to get things set up, but we all kept looking at that quietly chuckling behemoth. Mark had fallen asleep somehow, and I kept my arm wrapped around him, as though I might stand between him and the tide, should they change. I was still munching absent-mindedly at fruit from the food table, and I didn't notice Rachel getting up until my bowl of honeydew almost tipped over. Linda grabbed her wrist, anchoring her to the couch, but when I looked up, I could see that her eyes were big and starry. Her blonde ponytail bobbed a little as she scanned the crowd, and Linda started asking her what she was looking for. I thought I saw someone up there. Someone I haven't seen in very long. But she gasped harshly, then, "It's him! Oh my God, it's him!" She was pulling against Linda's hand, but Linda refused to let go. "Who, Rach? Who is it?" Linda asked, trying to restrain the girl as Mike moved to help. "It's my dad! My dad's up there! He looks like he did in the photo my mom has on her dresser. He hasn't changed a bit." I looked at the crowd, trying to see who she was looking at, but failing. "Rach, your dad died before you were born. Your mother told me about his accident. It can't be him." "But it is!" Rach almost screamed, pitching her body from side to side as she tried to break free. Mike and Linda held her tightly, and I scooted closer to Mark so Mike could sit on the couch. The two of them sat there and held her as she sobbed for them to let her go. She used a lot of swear words as she thrashed about, but they refused to let her go. When she finally stopped, she sat crying into Linda's shoulder as the two of them hugged her tightly. Someone yelled down from the catwalk then, and the stage was suddenly awash with light. The overheads were unbearably bright, and as they all lit at once, I remembered tinting my eyes with my hands so they didn't blind me. We had used them for beach scenes a few times when the rain caused us to not shoot in location, and I can remember thinking they were always so much brighter than the real sun. They lit up every corner of the set, but as I squinted at the seats, I realized I'd been wrong. Every corner but that one, it seemed. The seats were still a pool of shadows, but when the light hit them, everything changed. The low chuckling became a strange hybrid of screaming and deep booming laughter. The kind of laughter that you heard in an insane asylum. The kind of laughter you heard in hell. The people in the seats never moved, but the darkness did. It plumed out like a fog and started rolling towards us. Those sitting near the seats were hit. We could hear their laughter starting as they fell to their knees and clutched their stomachs. The director shouted at the crew to kill the lights, but it was much too late. The darkness was angry now, and it was no longer satisfied with the few people that it had in the seats. It was coming for us. Mike grabbed Mark and me and lifted us both up with his strong arms and started running backstage. He turned to yell for Linda, but she was fighting with Rach as the girl tried to free herself again. She was straining towards the fog, and it was creeping in to get both of them. Mike yelled for her to let Rachel go if she wasn't going to come, but Linda refused. She refused to leave her there. She strained and pulled at the girl, but Rachel was apparently stronger than she looked. It didn't matter a moment later as the fog rolled in and they were both little more than chuckling shadows. Mike ran to the back, Mark crying and asking him what was going on. He had woken up when Mike picked him up, and Mike was looking frantically for some way to escape. He saw a window and lifted a piece of wood to smash against it. As he brought the wood down, however, he might as well have been hitting concrete, because the board bounced off, splinters flying. The dark fog was rolling past the set walls now, and Mike was almost out of options. Mark and I just stood against a wall, eyes roving around like scared dogs, trying to make sense of what was happening. Finally, Mike settled on a closet. He was full of brooms and mops, but we didn't have time to move them by that point. Mike pushed us in and sighed as he saw how much room we took up. As the fog plumed past him, he slammed the door and left us in total darkness. His laughter started a few seconds later, and the sound nearly drove us mad as we huddled in the tiny closet. Mark and I hunched, arms wrapped around each other, expecting that we would both begin to laugh at any moment. We sat like that for a long time. I have no idea how long, until we both must have fallen asleep to the sound of Mike's choked laughter. When I woke up, I was in a hospital. My mother was asleep in the chair next to my bed. I got the whole story a few days later. My mother didn't know much. She'd come to the set only to find all the doors locked and the police trying to get in. Once I'd gotten in, some of them started laughing and they couldn't stop. The paramedics and the fire department had come. After searching the place with breathing equipment, they found Mark and I, and they brought us to safety. I mean, there was nothing wrong with either of us, not physically, but the two of us had been catatonic for nearly 3 days. The man from the studio, the one in the pristine suit and the oiled hair, he had told me a different story. He said that there had been some kind of gas leak, claimed that most of those present had been hallucinating due to gas. The audience, the cast, the crew, it all died due to the gas inhalation, and Mark and I, we'd been lucky to survive. Our parents would both sign non-disclosure agreements. We'd promised not to talk about anything we'd seen, and in exchange, we'd receive a large amount of financial compensation. My mother and I needed the money now that the show was going to be canceled. Both our parents signed, and Mark and I went our separate ways. The whole event was deemed a tragic accident, and I never worked in showbiz again. And that would be the end of the story, if it weren't for the email I received a week ago. I'm in my 30s now, and about a week ago I got a Facebook request from Mark. I'd expected that he'd want to catch up, have a beer, share some old stories. But his first message was far from what I expected. He sent me a messenger request a few seconds later. He only sent me 7 words. Are they still laughing for you too? We met up for that beer the next day. Mark was older, but far from doing well. The guy looked rough, borderline homeless. Seemed eternally looking around to see who was near him. He asked if I still heard the laughter. Told him I hadn't. Not since that day all those years ago. He said that for him it never stopped. He'd wake up to see shadowy figures at the end of his bed. Had candid laughter bubbling from their dark lips. He said Rachel and Linda and Mark were right out front, 2 white teeth smiling as they laughed and laughed. His parents hadn't believed him. They thought it was just a bad dream because of the incident. The drugs the shrinks gave him just meant he was a drooling zombie as the laughing apparitions chuckled on and on. He started using when he was young. It was alcohol at first. His dad had a cabinet in the living room, then drugs. When he was in high school, he stole prescription drugs, used blends of different drugs, drank himself into oblivion, but nothing helped. Every night, they were waiting for him, and every night he screamed until they disappeared with the light of day or the arrival of someone else. I just wanted to see if you'd found a way to make them stop too, big brother, he said sadly, as he left the bar. He killed himself a week later. Put a gun in his mouth, and the rest is pretty easy to figure out. I envy him now. Envy that he had the strength to do what was needed to be done. About a week ago, I woke up to the sound of that candid laughter that always creeped me out in the sitcoms. I fumbled for the remote, thinking I'd just left the TV on, but as the TV came to life, I saw them. They were arrayed at the foot of my bed, their bodies made of living darkness, made all the murkier by the light of the TV, and their laughter went on and on. Mark was among them. His unkempt hair now a raven mane of living darkness. Mike was there too, and Linda, and Rachel, all of them, laughing and laughing and laughing as I lay in bed, frozen in terror. They left with the sun, and I got up to write this. I don't know how long I can take this. I'm afraid to go to sleep, afraid to see them. But I'm too afraid to take Mark's way out either. I see him amongst them, laughing and laughing like an audience in hell, and I wonder if I'll join them too in the end. I'm afraid to go to sleep. I'm afraid to be awake. I'm afraid to see their faces, and I'm afraid of running into them again. My eyes are getting heavy. Fourth cup of coffee jittering in my hands. I wonder if it hurts to laugh forever. Perhaps I'll find out. November 1836. Finally, it's done. I sold my half of Vandraven and Morrison to my old partner and friend, Robert Morrison. He's now the proud owner of 20 of the finest clipper ships to ever sail from Southampton. May they serve him well in his future endeavors. As for myself, I am content. My new wife is young, beautiful, and the daughter of a wealthy planter well established in the Jamaicas. Her heritage is old, almost as old as my own, if not quite as prestigious. Accompanying her is a maid, Matilda, a wild creature of mixed heritage. Dusk beauty indeed, who never leaves my wife's side. I believe my manservant Stephen is already in love. We count ourselves lucky to have such glorious company as we undertake the long voyage back to England. December 1836. The new house is a marvel. Sat atop a rearing cliff, it overlooks the dark waves of the Atlantic and the picturesque village of Mavagazzi, which sits nestled on the southern coast of windswept Cornwall. On our arrival, we were greeted by Jonathan Wills, builder and architect, who I had, at some expense, commissioned to build the house. After some pleasant trivialities, he took me gently to one side and explained to me some of the extra cost I had incurred during my long absence. Most of these seemed to revolve around compensatory-like matters, as it seemed 2 workers, both men from the village, had died whilst working on the house. One had died after falling from the scaffolding, and the other crushed to death by falling masonry from faulty rigging. And I inquired of Wills how this was any concern of mine. After all, the men had been hired legally and paid an honest day's wage for an honest day's labor. Any misfortune that had befallen them through accident, act of God, or their own carelessness was no concern of mine. It was at this point that I first learned of the village's dislike of not only myself, but also that of my new home. Wills informed me, in no uncertain terms, that it would be in my best interest and a gesture of goodwill if I was to compensate the grieving widows of both men. After some little thought, I agreed on the condition that he tell me what grievances the village and its denizens had against myself and my new home. He agreed and commenced with telling of his tale. According to Wills, the ground upon which my new house stood was considered by many of the villagers, and others here, and about the general area, as something akin to sacred ground. Something to do with an ancient druid grove and a great circle of stone rings, both of which had been uprooted and destroyed to make room for my new home. The great stones themselves smashed and used in the very foundation of the house itself. This and more he told me until I could contain myself no longer and laughed uproariously in the poor man's face. After some small while I regained my composure and I apologized profusely for my rudeness, all the while explaining that the local fairy tales bothered me not at all, and the opinions of us, a bunch of superstitious locals, bothered me even less. But still, I had to live in this place and do business with the local shopkeepers and merchants, and so I sent Wills on his way with a heavy purse with which to compensate the grieving families of the two men. January 1837. Christmas was something of a muted affair. Many of my old friends and acquaintances are situated in London, and we are quite alone here in our own little corner of the world. My wife does not partake of strong drink, as is becoming of a lady. Now she was somewhat silent and sullen through the whole affair. As for her maid Matilda, she would not even acknowledge the sacred holiday at all, and I fear she's no true Christian. I stayed up late that night and drank deeply, lonely in my solitude. I even went so far as to drag my poor manservant Stevens from his warm bed before plying him liberally with generous amounts of my finest brandy. We sat there some time before a roaring fire, talking over old times while the wind howled and gibbered outside our window. The last thing I heard as I fell asleep was the roar of the ocean. I did not dream. March 1837. It's been 4 months and 3 days since we moved into the house, and although I have taken my beautiful Elizabeth to bed every night and performed my husbandly duties with great vim and vigor, there's no sign of a child. My beloved tells me these things take time, but I find myself growing more sullen, spending more and more time locked in my study poring over my old ledgers. My wife is strong, young, beautiful, and almost 20 years my junior. I feel our troubles stem from myself, for I have grown old in many years of business, and now I fear shall never sire an heir to continue the sacred name of Vandraven. God save me from such a fate. April 1837. The doctor I sent for arrived only yesterday, and after a lengthy examination of both myself and Elizabeth, and after many searching questions deemed us both fit and healthy, and could see no reason why children should not be forthcoming in our immediate future. September 1837. The summer was a glorious one, and I had almost forgotten this journal. Our days have been spent frolicking on the local beaches, where we picnicked and swam frequently in the chilly Cornish sea. Our nights spent sipping wine on the veranda, listening to the gentle laughing of the surrounding sea, but for all our happiness and our nightly devotions to one another, there is still no sign of a child. October 1837. God forgive me, for I have sinned. I have drank of vile potions, and I've prayed to dark gods, offering up sacrifice for their favor. It all started with that witch Matilda, who one evening, long after my wife had retired to her bed, approached me where I sat reading by lamplight in my study. She entered silently, and I only noticed her presence when she laid a dusky hand upon my shoulder, causing me to cry out and spill my drink on the book that I had been reading. Leaping to my feet, I cursed her roundly. She took a step back before my anger and curtsied, casting her eyes down demurringly. Yet still it seemed a small smile played across her shapely lips. I demanded she explain why she was sneaking around the house at this ungodly hour instead of attending her mistress, my good lady wife. She informed her mistress was abed and sleeping soundly, and it was now me she intended to serve. Now, baffled, I asked her meaning, but her next question caught me off guard. She asked how badly I wanted a child. And a male one, at that. An heir to carry on the Vandraven bloodline. For a moment I was tempted to beat her for her insolence, and even raised my hand to do so, but something in her eyes stilled my hand, causing it to drop limply by my side. Anything, I answered. I would do almost anything for a male heir to carry on the Vandraven name. Nodding, she took my hand, and I marveled at how soft her skin was against my own, as she led me from my study through the kitchen and down the darkened cellar. God, how to describe what waited for me deep in the bowels of my own home. An altar anointed with blood, a sacrifice to some dark and terrible god. Everywhere candles burned, flickering in the eyes of the dead animals that lay all about. Pigeons, doves, cats, even a large black dog lay piled around its base, their blood soaking into the feet of that terrible statue that sat hunched and grotesque. An insult to those of us who dwell in the sane light of day. Its body, while hunched and twisted, resembled that of a man. But that's where anything human in likeness suddenly stopped, for its head was that of a great octopus, scaled with huge, staring eyes, and a mass of withered tentacles covering the lower half of its face. From its gnarled back sprung stunted wings, and its scaled arms and feet were claw-like and webbed. I turned to run, to flee this abomination, but the witch Matilda stood blocking my way. I tried to push past, but she grabbed my arm and spanned me back around to face her, blowing some kind of noxious dust in my face that instantly caused my head to pound and sent my senses reeling. The next thing I knew, we were both naked, kneeling before the bloody altar. The knife was in my hand. God. Oh, God. Stevens lay dead before me. His throat, a red ruin, his hot blood all over me. Beside me knelt Matilda, chanting, her naked body covered in sweat and blood, as she cried out her devotion to her infernal gods. I tried to rise, but she pushed me back down upon my back and climbed on top of me. From behind her, she pulled a small wooden bowl, brimming with some kind of noxious liquid, which she raised to her lips. Taking the potion into her mouth, she pressed her lips against my own, but I twisted my head to and fro, raising my hands to beat her off, but she caught them easily and placed them upon her heavy breast, letting some of the crimson potion trickle from between her ripe lips down over her heavy, glistening body. In a moment, her lips crushed against mine, spilling the vile poison down my throat. The rest of the night was filled with blurred images as we fornicated amongst the dead, like wild animals biting and tearing at each other, and I, filled with all the vigor of my youth. Until at last I collapsed exhausted. only to awake the very next day battered and bruised in my own bed. So exhausted I was, barely able to move. I called out and my cry was instantly heeded as a smiling Elizabeth entered the room, carrying a tray as if she had been waiting just outside the door. She asked me how I was feeling as she placed the tray across my lap and told me how they had found me sweating and delirious upon my study floor in the grip of some strange fever. I tried to speak to tell her of the horror, but I only managed a single word. Stevens. Smiling, she patted my hand. Her next words turned my blood cold. Sick, she lied, smiling all the while. Down with the same fever as your own, my love. But don't worry, she said, beginning to spoon-feed me a strange-tasting broth. It will all be over soon. November 1837. Days have passed, maybe even weeks. I am a prisoner laying here in this filthy bed, drugged and alone, only this journal to bear witness to my plight. The witch Matilda came to visit me yesterday, her belly already round and swollen. She took my hand and placed it on her stomach. What a fine son I will have, she grinned. A fine boy who will have a fine name and a fine fortune. A vessel for my master. For now his time has come round once again, and he will walk abroad once more in the land of men. And they will tremble at his coming, for the sleeper has awoken Lucas Vandraven. She stroked my brow almost affectionately. And he will be of one father and two mothers, as it is written in the dark pages of time. I could do nothing but lay there and listen to her ramblings, as she spoon-fed me the intoxicating broth down my throat, her soft chanting lulling me into a drug-fueled sleep. I awoke sometime later in the dark. Perhaps only hours had passed, or even days. It's so hard to keep track of time in this place. The last face I remembered seeing was that of my once beloved Elizabeth, who sat silently by my side, spooning scalding broth between my lips, sometimes to smile at whatever little pain she could cause me. How glad I will be when you are dead, she said, ramming the spoon down my throat until I started to gag and choke. All those nights with your shriveled old body, sweating on me, grunting. How I shuddered at your touch, and still, you couldn't give me a child. Now Matilda has the honor of bringing our master into this world, but he is strong, and will need two mothers, and I will feel his sacred touch, feel him growing inside of me, and after, when he is born into this world, I will come for you, Marcus Vandraven. She raised and threw back the scalding covers from my wasted body. She poured the remainder of the scalding broth onto my lap and laughed down at me, where I withered in agony before mercifully passing out. Later I felt a cold hand pressed against my throat as I swam up through the darkness. He is alive, the voice of Matilda chimed. You gave him too large a dose is all. That and the pain you have inflicted upon him. Why do we bother? Elizabeth replied. Let's just kill him and have done with it. Be silent, you fool, Matilda snapped. We still may have need for him. Should the ceremony go wrong, we will have to start the whole process all over again. Starting again. Elizabeth's voice sounded worried. As he is now, he can barely move, let alone give you another vessel for the master. Matilda laughed a throaty chuckle. I have potions that can rouse a dead man's passions. Have no fear of that. If all goes well tomorrow night, we shall have no more use for him, and you can kill him yourself. But until that time, leave him alone. No more of your little games. You promise? She asked, their voices moving away. That I can kill him? Faded now as they closed the door gently behind them. I knew then that I must find a way to stop them. Not only for myself, but also to prevent whatever evil they intended to bring into this world.
God, I pray, give me strength. This will be my last entry in this journal. I awoke this very night to the roar of thunder and the flash of lightning outside my window. Seemed I'd slept the entire day away, uninterrupted, and I felt somewhat better for that. Faded was the leaden feel in my limbs, and my mind felt clear and sharp for the first time in many days. It seemed Elizabeth had heeded the witch Matilda's words and had left me alone, or perhaps they were busy with whatever evil they were planning, and they'd forgotten about me. Either way, my prayers had been answered, and I felt stronger than I had in days. Now free from the effects of whatever terrible drug they had been feeding me, rousing myself, I sat up, wincing at the stiffness in my limbs as I slowly rose to my feet, leaning against the bedpost as a wave of dizziness assaulted my senses. After a few deep breaths, the room stopped its spinning and I was able to gather my senses about me once again. Staggering over to my dresser, I quickly dressed before heading to the door. My hand had just started to turn the handle when the chanting started, and suddenly the air felt charged with electricity, making it hard to breathe, causing my scalp to tighten and the skin of my arm to crawl with great knots of goose flesh. For a moment I considered running, leaving this place for the damn forever. But I could not. Whatever evil was afoot, I had played my part in it. For was it not my very essence that was being used, manipulated to bring something unspeakable into the world? Strengthening my resolve, I took a deep breath and I threw open the door, expecting to be greeted by all the denizens of hell, but there was only a darkened corridor lit by flashes of lightning, crash of thunder that seemed to accompany the hellish chanting like some terrible drum. The air felt thick and heavy as I continued on down the hall, past the library and drawing room, till at last I stopped outside my wife's dressing room and, with trembling hands, threw open the door. They were both there, lying upon the floor, facing each other, completely naked, their legs splayed wide open, their ankles entwined. The room was lit by hundreds of candles, and there was blood everywhere. It lay in puddles upon the hardwood floor and ran in rivulets down the walls. Even the ceiling dripped with a crimson rain, splashing and hissing against the burning candles, splattering and showering the two chanting women. I watched on in horror as Matilda's ripe stomach started to heave and twist. She had time to let out a single ear-piercing shriek before her stomach suddenly exploded, bathing Elizabeth's lower half in blood and gore as the creature inside her clawed and heaved its way out. I let out a wail of despair as the creature more fully emerged, for I had seen this thing before, carved in stone deep in the bowels of my own home. For this was Matilda's dark god brought to life by our terrible union. At the sound of my cry, Elizabeth noticed my presence for the first time, raised her blood-covered face and hissed at me, her eyes filled with hatred as if daring me to come closer. Now the creature was free and slowly crawling towards her waiting flesh. A laborious umbilical cord trailing behind it, eager to be in its new host, hidden away from the world where it could continue to grow and consolidate its power. Quickly, I looked for something, anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell upon a basket full of knitting. With a cry of triumph, I leapt forward and snatched up 2 slender wooden needles and ran across the room, but it was too late. It was too late. The creature was gone, hidden away, buried deep inside of my once beloved Elizabeth. Only the trailing umbilical cord remained. Steeling myself, I made a grab for it, snatching it up. At once my skin began to burn and blistered where the thing twisted and writhed in my hand. With a cry of fear and outrage, I heaved with all of my might, aborting the hateful thing back into the world. I did not stop or even think, but thrust the wooden needles down, driving them deep through the creature's strange flesh, pinning it in place. It let out a scream, a screech that only the true damned could ever muster, shriveling my poor, shrunken soul, reverberating through the halls of my mind. And then it lay still, the glow fading from its glaring yellow eyes once again. Cheated, banished back to whatever strange hell it had come from. Now Elizabeth was climbing to her feet.
"The master!" she cried. "Oh, Lucas, what have you done to our son?"
But I let her say no more.
Grabbing her by the hair, I reached down and yanked the needles from our now-dead abomination and thrust them upward, under her chin, into the soft flesh of her throat. Her eyes widened, and she staggered back, gurgling and tugging at them, widening the wound till blood poured like a river down her body, mixing with the already blood-soaked floor, causing her to slip and fall, sending her crashing into a nearby dressmaker's dummy, which she clung to, trying to find her balance, but it was too late. Her legs gave way, and she dragged the thing down on top of her, pinning her beneath, as she convulsed and writhed, reaching out towards me, her fingers clutching, pleading, begging, but I turned my face from her. When I looked back, it was finally over. And so it's ended, and only I remain. I've written all through the long night. At last the sun rises, driving back the darkness. But it can never drive away the darkness within the stain upon my soul. I shall go to the cliff's edge now. I shall take my only son and heir with me. Together we shall travel through the dark waters. May God have mercy on our souls. Alaska was a place I had been fascinated with since I was young. My parents were watching a movie and my eyes got so big when I saw the northern lights. I think it's even my first memory. Those shimmering blue and green lights that seemed extraterrestrial. Apparently I would shout, "Twinkle, twinkle," at my parents until they put the movie on. I can never remember what the movie was. Back home, the roof of my childhood bedroom was painted to replicate the northern lights above me. Dad had even taped green and blue fairy lights into the ceiling for me to act as night lights. Maybe fascinated wasn't the right word. Obsessed? The way a child would find one thing and cling on to it for dear life. Whether a stuffed animal or a blanket, if you lose it, you lose that safety you associated with it. Growing up, I kept my love for the place alive and well, extending it beyond just the lights I had known. Never thought it was a place I'd ever actually find myself. Seemed like some distant world far beyond my galaxy, a pipe dream at best. But time marches on and you get older. Start realizing there's less and less holding you back. You give yourself these allowances, things you tell yourself to keep you from going out of your comfort zone. Sometimes, though, there'll be an event that washes over that allowance like battery acid, and suddenly you're left without excuses. Either you do it or you don't. You have to accept that if you miss out on something you wanted your whole life, it's entirely your fault. Battery acid. That's what it tastes like. The feeling of carpet against my fingernails. The scratching sensation rubbed against my cheek. I could have sworn I laid on the floor for a long time. Perhaps it was because, at that moment, I felt like I had lost a life. My safety blanket was ripped away from me. Laying on the white carpet, small patches of red dirtying the purity of the white fibers around my face, I looked towards the ceiling, and as the sun dipped down, it cast a shimmer through the window, one that danced above me. Pale embers played like fire, embers drifting above a sky aflame, just as the memory of the northern lights could have very well been an awakening of my consciousness. Laying there, watching another set of lights dance, a lifetime had passed, and I was ready to begin another. Slowly, I pulled myself together, sitting up and letting breath into my lungs, cleaning stains off the side of my face that also reminded me of fire. I worked hard. I was focused and methodical. Day after day, things got better, and though it wasn't easy, though it hurt, I was able to move on. Eventually, when I looked at the vacation time I had earned at work, I noticed I had 2 weeks saved up. My time was about to reset when the year rolled over. It was a use it or lose it kind of deal. Sitting at my desk, palm in my hand, I wonder what I would do with such time. Maybe my thoughts would have gotten there organically, but it was the calendar pinned to the wall that ultimately decided. Looking over, I could see above the grid of dates the blues and greens I had known for so long. All my excuses I would have used left when he did. If I didn't take the plunge, it would have been all on me. I had the time, and I had the savings, so I booked it. An adorable cabin and a small vacation community in Alaska. Each day went by so fast waiting for it. I had packed all my things. The house looked like I was preparing to move out. Clothes in boxes, all the food in the fridge was stuff I could quickly pack away and keep cool on the trip. Before I knew it, I was stuffing those boxes into my car and heading out. Saying goodbye to my parents and taking one more look at my apartment seemed so empty without me in it. Even though I would return, it felt like the last time. I couldn't help but stare at the stains on the carpet. Ones that, no matter how hard I tried, how long I spent with tears rolling out of my eyes, scrubbing away, they would never come out. They were left behind. It was all a blur. I wanted to drive, as the cabins were one of the few places actually accessible by vehicle. I can't say I remember much of the drive. It was just peaceful, rolling through my head like nothing at all. It wasn't long before I arrived at the cabin. Tires long since cleaned to snow, I pulled into a small, designated parking spot. There were a few empty cars already waiting for me, people who had likely arrived a few days before me. When I booked the place, I was lucky to even get it as the other cabins had vacancy. One box after another was unloaded. I saw a kid playing around one of the cabins, maybe around the age I was when I saw that movie. He chased a ball around, kicking it, watching the snow roll off. It was as if no one ever told him how to make a proper snowman. Looking at the cabin, I could see an older woman waving at me as she sipped from a white coffee mug. I offered to smile back, watching my breath drift up. With all my boxes inside, I looked at the cabin next to mine. Another older individual, though he looked it, being about his late 40s, though a life of hard work etched into the stern lines on his face. Somehow, he had fallen asleep in the chair that was on every cabin's porch. I was excited to lay a blanket across my legs and watch the night sky free of light pollution. Food was placed into the refrigerator, and clothing was shoved into drawers. I could already feel myself never wanting to leave. It was almost fate. The small white circular rug that sat ever so quaintly in the living room. I had to take a few deep breaths to calm my nerves, reminding myself it was no different than the white snow outside. 2 weeks. I had 2 weeks away to rest and enjoy myself somewhere far from it all. I had gotten to know the people around me over the next few days, told them about my life as they told me about theirs. Turned out I wasn't the only one looking for a new start. The man in his late 40s, Adam saw some action while in the armed forces. His fingers twitched like worms as he told me stories. Kept it real PG for me, but I could see the R ratings in his eyes. Said he came out to the cabin alone. Sounds of the city were too much for him. The older woman and boy? Ellis, a recent widow, trying to find a way to live her life after her husband passed away. He was so much of her that she didn't know who she was by herself, and she figured the cabin was a nice place to discover it. She told me stories in between drags of a cigarette. The boy was Emery, M for short. M's parents weren't ideal, and while Ellis jumped around the subject as M's father was her son, I knew a victim when I saw one. That wasn't my place to push. I didn't see much of the other 3 cabins. A woman around my age was in one of them, saw her periodically come and go. She looked lonely, but like it was an intentional loneliness. Not unhappy, just in the moment. Never really got her name. Should have approached her, I guess. I know one cabin had a couple in it, not because I ever saw them together, but because their voices would ring out in the middle of the night. Barely near civilization, and they found something to fight about. Seems like they were trying to rekindle a long-since-dead flame. Though I did get a smile on my face whenever I heard Adam's commanding voice rise above the storm, telling them to shut the hell up. Their voices would trickle into nothing so quick. Adam was practically their counselor. The 6th cabin saw her the least. If all of us were out there to try and start over, I think she was out there to let her pass quietly. She was old, barely able to make it out on the porch. She seemed so sweet whenever we caught glances of her, though her fire was a waning one. The lot of us would interact and coexist, and I suddenly found myself wanting to never leave. It wasn't until the 8th day after my arrival that I heard a subtle knocking at my door. I was in the middle of preparing for bed when the sound echoed through my cabin. Walking to the front, I pulled the wooden handle. I was surprised to see Adam standing on my porch. It was fairly late, but without a word, he turned around and gestured to the sky. My heart knew what it was. I had seen glimpses of it, but nothing like this. Walking out onto the porch, I saw him, like translucent worms, gallivanting in the sky. The bright blue and green lights nearly burned into my memories and were hanging perfectly above my head. All 6 of us stood outside looking up as the cabin roofs were a picture frame. Even the older woman, with Adam's assistance, was able to bear witness to it. She had passed that night. Quiet. Guided by the northern lights above her. Can't even say I knew what happened to her after that. People did come, and suddenly the lights of her cabin stopped turning on. The next 2 days were quiet and somber. I didn't see the others much, just sat inside the cabin sipping tea. It was cozy. I could see clouds rolling in, making a dark sky even more so. Out of the window, I could see specks of white falling from the sky. I was initially happy that I'd be able to witness some snowfall before I had to leave. I sat by the window, watching white drift onto the ground, slowly forming a blanket of white over our little vacation. As the visions of white became dense, I felt my eyes grow tired, and before I knew it, I was waking up a few hours later. When they opened again, I was still coming back to my senses as I watched the same snowfall through a different hue. It took a while to really come to, but when I did, I was surprised to realize it looked like ash was falling outside. Rising from my chair, I walked outside and I stood on the porch, watching the snow falling beyond the porch's roof. Turning my head, I saw Adam also standing on his porch. As we watched the dark snow falling to the floor and tainting the white blanket, I asked him if he'd seen anything like this before. He looked at me and shrugged. Slowly, I walked forward and raised my hand out. I watched a small dot drift down and land on my finger. Pulling my hand back, I held the finger up and looked at the dark snow that had landed there. As I observed it, I could feel a tingling sensation revving up the affected area. The tingling quickly shifted to a burning that sent me back into the house. Rushing over to the sink as the heat continued rising on my finger, I let the warm water fall into my finger for a minute before wiping the area with a washcloth. The color, though, didn't dissipate. It was as if I dragged the finger through an old chimney. Furthermore, it seemed that I'd managed to spread the dark shade. Though the more I looked at it, the more the surface area seemed to be spreading on its own. And the flame that I felt grew to an agonizing cringe. I could see my hand starting to shake due to the pain. The color of my finger suddenly pulsed, and I felt several pinpricks shoot through the affected area. The entire tip of my finger had turned dark, and the color made its way from my first finger joint to the second, creeping towards my knuckle. I saw the finger curl, but I knew distinctly that it had not done so under my command. I tried to uncurl the finger, but it wouldn't budge. It was almost like my nerves had lost the ability to communicate anything other than pain. A pain that grew by the minute. I didn't know what to do or how to stop the creeping dark snow from reaching the rest of my hand. Watching my finger uncurl itself made it feel alien. The feeling was nothing compared to seeing it curl once more in a direction it was never meant to articulate. My finger shuddered as it struggled, curling back for a moment. Then a sharp snap of the bone allowed it to fold in half. My head got light, seeing the blood drip out from where the bone was protruding. A bone that had been stained black. Small beads of red mixed in with inky blotches at the bottom of my sink. The color continued to crawl. I stared at the red drops of blood on the white porcelain sink. For a moment, the pain in my finger echoed the pain I went out there to forget. As the color made it to the second joint of my finger, my nerves hollowed again. The finger looked like a snail's shell when the second joint cracked and bent. The spiraling stick of flesh barely resembled my finger. I only knew that it was mine because of the pain that it brought. Gritting my teeth, I pulled the drawer under the sink open. I placed my hand down so my finger was resting over the edge of the sink. The spiral of flesh started twitching like an animal fresh out of the womb, trying to understand how its limbs worked. I could see the finger getting close to my knuckle, and I knew, once it got there, it was going to be much more painful to stop. I rested the larger butcher's knife down just above the knuckle, and with a heavy breath, I pulled it up into the air, and as I exhaled, I brought it back down. The blade slammed into my finger, sending a shock into my body. Nothing compared to how horrified I felt, seeing that I hadn't gotten through the bone. The finger was certainly cut. I could see my pale flesh peeking, but within the blood that came out were small, darker bits. These little flakes seemed to move within my blood. They spiked up and reached out of the red like tendrils. Fear filled me, and with more conviction, the butcher's knife was brought down on my finger again. My vision went blurry for a moment, but when the tears drifted from my eyes, I could see the vacancy where my finger had been. Blood was drifting from the wound, and I moved quickly. I had volunteered in a health clinic when I was studying a relevant field in college. The knowledge I barely ever used quickly came back to me in the moment of crisis. Running to the freezer, I grabbed an ice pack. Then, luckily, I found a first aid kit in the bathroom. Applying the ice to the wound felt like hell, but it would slow the bleeding as I dressed the wound with gauze. Standing in the bathroom, I clutched my hand as I watched the gauze shift its shade from the injury. I just kept praying that I wouldn't suddenly see the same ink returning. I pulled the gauze off and I redressed the wound as I exited the bathroom and returned to the kitchen sink. Looking in the bowl, I could see the severed remains of my finger. But my body must have been in shock. It didn't feel real what I was seeing. My finger was darker than before, having been drained of its blood. Only the ink remained. It was horrifying watching the thing wriggle around. I could hear the fingernail tapping the porcelain. It became quickly apparent that the finger was moving toward me, trying to get to me. It flopped around like a landlocked fish, but it couldn't get high enough to clear the bowl. Stepping to the side, I watched as the thing altered its path to head towards me again, small inky tendrils trying to grasp the smooth surface. I backed away from the sink. I didn't want to interact with it in any way, afraid trying to even reach over it would give it enough room to do something to me. Looking up above the sink was a small window. I could still see the dark snow falling. Some of it had clung to the window. It wasn't moving like the finger, though. It just melted away on the glass. I walked to my front door, staring at a red ball resting in the snow covered by the dark snow. Very little white was left poking out of the ground. My heart pounded as I stepped closer to the door, looking down. I confirmed none of the snow made it onto the porch. Cautiously, I pushed the door open and I stepped out on the porch. The floorboards creaked underneath my steps as I brought myself further out of my house, trying to get a better look. Suddenly remembering that Adam was also on his porch, I shifted my gaze over to his house and felt a dread wash over me. He was standing out in the snow, his chin tilted upward. Dark flakes drifted down and rested against his face. A face that was already littered with so much darkness. I started calling out to him, but my hand lifted and covered my mouth. My survival instincts kicked in, and
I was just meant to observe. His body was motionless, so much so I began to wonder if I had simply gone mad, if the pain I had felt in my finger was a fabrication, that I had simply cut my finger off in hysteria. Adam's mouth opened and the flecks drifted into the maw. More and more of his olive complexion vanished underneath the snow. He looked like a statue. The way the dark shade crafted a stark and solid figure in the snow. With a sudden jerk of his head, I was almost sent to the floor. All his movements were quick and jerky, like something didn't know how to pilot him with any subtlety. It was either all gas or all brakes. His head would twist left and right. Every so often I caught a look of his eyes. They were shifting back and forth so fast I could imagine the headache such a thing would give me. Arm came up from his side and fidgeted the same way. His skin was covered in ash. Nothing left of his original skin tones remained. Just the ash. With a quick jerk, his twitching eyes looked over at me. I remembered how the finger in the sink tried to get at me, and I felt my heart drop. As I started backing up to my doorway, I could see his body beginning to ignore intended articulation, just as my fingers had. It sounded like someone was breaking tree branches right next to my head. Every time I saw an arm pop at the elbow and twist around, I felt my stomach churn. It took a moment for him to start really moving towards me. Like the snow hadn't affected his legs initially. When he did, though, I saw the fabric of his jeans manipulated near the knees. He had gotten a little shorter, too. His knees must have popped like his arms, causing the bones to hang like strings, holding him up. The thing that I once called Adam made one step after another towards me as his whole body jittered. Quick, unnerving movements like a body on fire. Fingers twitching like worms, jaw constantly shifted, causing teeth to clack against each other. His head looked like flies were landing on it. Rapid motions, trying to get the intruders to leave him alone. It was like someone had sped up the Thriller dance and set it on loop. There was no bit of Adam left, no agency in his own body. As he approached and as I retreated, the light from my porch landed on him. The heat from it seemed to call to it. I could see black lines like goopy hair reaching off from the darkness. My hand was on the door handle, ready to retreat inside and barricade myself. I wanted to retreat from the visage of Adam. Those tendrils must have been moving around in his throat. God, I hope that's why he was groaning like that. I hope he died early on. I can't imagine feeling my bones crack and bend like that. As I was pulling the door open, though, I heard a quaint laughter. Innocent and childlike. Looking towards the noise, I saw the red ball lying in the yard. My eyes followed the path. There he was. M just stood in the front door. His silhouette was somehow ominous. I couldn't see Ellis from the doorway. And I could see the gleam on Emery's face. I knew it was about to happen. Time was moving slowly. I'd never experienced that feeling before when adrenaline kicks into overdrive. It's like the world stops spinning just long enough. Despite my verbal attempt to stop the boy, he started leaving the confines of the cabin. All he saw was snow to play in and his ball out in the middle of it. My door was open. I quickly reached inside, feeling the velvet of my jacket. I pulled it loose from the hook. Adam was closer, but not close enough to grab me as I rushed by him. I could see fingers twisted and cracked like bramble, reaching out for me, but failing to connect. Holding the jacket over my head, shielding me as best I could, feet trembling through the snow as I bolted towards M, his small fingers reaching forward. I felt my feet nearly fall from under me as loose snow kicked up. Nearly toppling over, I was able to snatch M up. With the kid in my arms, I quickly entered Ellis's cabin, knowing that Adam would still be coming towards me. I nearly crushed the child falling over. Ellis rounded the corner asking what all the commotion was about. I must have looked insane, asking her to check the child for any spots where the snow had gotten on him. I think she saw the panic I was in. She took M, she started looking over him, asking what it would look like. When I described what I had seen to her, she did a double take. She told me that my face had a dark spot on it.
A shiver ran through my body as I bolted to the bathroom to look in the mirror, and sure enough, there was a dark patch of snow on my cheek, one that had grown larger by the moment. Without time to think, I hurried to her kitchen. All the cabins looked the same. I knew exactly where the silverware was. Pulling the drawer open, I got the sharpest-looking knife I could, and I ran into the bathroom with it. Ignoring Ellis's cries for explanation, staring into the mirror, I was repulsed, seeing the spot had already grown larger. Bringing the knife up to my face, I felt that the adrenaline rushing through me before had subsided. A fear of pain caused my hand to shake while looking at the skin I would need to gouge out. I thought of Adam, mindless and wandering, probably stepping up the porch as I stood there, trying to calm myself so that the tip of the knife pressed in right below my cheekbone. I must have been screaming, I don't remember. The pain of dragging the tip of the knife across my face, pressing deep into the skin, was blinding. I traced the outline of the dark spot and I pressed in deep to make sure I got it all, so deep I occasionally felt the tip of the knife prod the side of my tongue. In the way that adrenaline seems to slow down time, the pain made it feel like I was in the bathroom for hours, tears rolling down my cheek. The only reason I knew about them was feeling the salt content hitting the ever-increasing wound. One drag after another, trying to beat the clock, I pulled the knife in and out of my cheek. The worst was angling the knife to try and slice under the tissue to separate the muscle tissue. There was a constant ringing in my ears and a heat behind my eyes. Ellis's sink resembled a crime scene by the time I was done. I could feel my body starting to get light as the slab of my flesh dropped into the sink. By the time it hit the sink, you would have mistaken it for a lump of charcoal. That is, until it started to slither around the bowl. The weird oblong shape moving across the skin like a centipede, carried by hundreds of dark, short limbs. Quickly reaching for the first aid kit behind the mirror, I started retreating from the bathroom. I had figured that the things were coming toward me because of the heat I was giving off, so before I exited the bathroom, I popped the window open. I hoped it would be enough to slow the things down to confuse it. Popping the kit open, I dropped to my knees. My body felt so heavy, I was too weak to fight it. Fingers failed time and time again to get a good grasp of the medical supplies. My vision started to wane and I fell forward. My face fell to the carpet where I laid, feeling tired and empty. The blood from the open wound on my face starting to stain the carpet around me. I could see hues of crimson eating away at the pure white. The sounds of the front door grew louder and louder, and I thought maybe I would just lay there, telling myself that I had fought pretty hard. As my vision started to fail, the cabin looked so much like home. Moving my body with labored effort, I could see the cabin's front door as Adam's body slammed against it. The wood shook and seemed to send out a pulse that caused the world to wobble around. I swear I could see him leaving. I could see him walking out of the apartment of my life like it was just another day. Leaving me all alone on the floor, pushing my fingers forward. Through the forest of carpet fibers, I could see Ellis walking to the front door. Weak breath couldn't reach her, telling her to get away. Useless. That door was going to come down any moment. Any one of those impacts would be enough. Reaching further, my fingers landed on a bottle of rubbing alcohol. Why did it have to be rubbing alcohol? The bottle of clear disinfectant in my hand. I rolled my body. I couldn't just lay on the carpet forever. I couldn't stay the person I was. I knew I had to get back up. Twisting the cap of the bottle off, the small white piece of plastic slapped against my face. I tipped the bottle slowly, took a deep breath, and let the liquid pour down onto my face. The alcohol drenched the patch of my face that was devoid of skin. I swear for a moment I heard circus music. Like I was taken somewhere else. The burning. A circus on fire. My back arched, toes curled, and I let out a howl that I'm still not convinced was my own. An animal. I was an animal. I could see Ellis turning to me, shock on her face as my body trembled from the pain. Such piercing fire rummaging my body. Bunched fingers pounded the floorboards. I used the shrill of energy to pull myself up to my feet. I was running on empty fumes, small sparks that I gathered. She rushed over, my hand clutching the gauze and cotton. She quickly started dressing the wound as I was barely able to get my arms up. I heard her voice muffled, telling Em to get me some water. All the while, the banging at the door continued. Then, the windows. I could see their faces pressed against the glass. The couple. The girl. They were all outside, banging on windows, smashing away at the wooden cabin. If I had the mental energy to spare, I would have felt helpless. Instead, I asked Em if she had any more alcohol. She nodded, telling me I shouldn't be drinking it, though. Shaking my head, I pointed towards the lighter on her countertop, the one next to a half-empty pack of cigarettes. She gave me a bottle of vodka. I worked quickly, shoving fabric into the opening, making sure I got it deep enough to touch the drink. I was starting to feel the heaviness fade as my body desperately fought to heal. Telling the two to go hide, I stumbled over the front door. With my fingers on the handle, I could feel the thing slam against the door. My fingers rattled as I tried to keep my grip. I waited for it to slam once more. When it did, I swung the door open, using the momentum the thing had gotten from bouncing against the door. I shot my foot forward. It was weak, but enough to send Adam tumbling backwards. His body was... It was... nothing like before. It was as if his frame was melting. His limbs were almost unrecognizable. Bones had cracked, and arms and legs no longer had structure. The thing was a mass of black wires, tugging and ripping skin soaked in oil. It fell backwards like a drunk, flailing noodle limbs and rolling its head around, no vertebrae to speak of. The kick, however, also sent me to the floor. I kept a tight grip on the bottle and the lighter, though, so I placed a flame under the fabric, watched it light. A few breaths to steel myself as I let the bottle fly. It went just far enough, smashing against the wooden porch across from me. My cabin. The fire started immediately, the alcohol overcoming the rag on impact. Using my foot, I quickly kicked the door shut and I backed away. Ellis and Em ran over to me as my head got light. I laid back, imagining all my stuff in the cabin going up in flames. Ellis told me the things stopped hitting the house. They were drawn to the burning cabin. It worked, but I knew. I knew eventually that cabin was going to burn out. The thought horrified me, but I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. I guess I just drifted off. It was a pounding at the door that woke me. I don't know how long I was out, but I felt fear spike within me, shredding my lungs. The banging got louder and louder. I told Ellis to get me a knife, but as she started to move, the door finally gave way and sprung open. I immediately saw the dark person standing in the doorway, but it was just a person. Someone in a dark padded suit. They looked ready to try and stifle a riot. Their face hidden behind a dark mask, not one bit of their skin exposed. He was talking on the radio, telling someone that he found 3 more. He was holding onto what I recognized as a flamethrower, a massive silver propane tank. Lit flame ready to release any more. Even more so, I could see the light behind them. Streams of fire reaching out and torching the snow-infected creatures. 2 people rushed in behind the one reporting. They were wearing thinner armor, resembled hazmat suits as opposed to the battle-ready gear. They barely talked to us, instead looking us over, presumably for dark spots. One of them took a good hard look at my wounds before applying more care than I had. And then they escorted us out, driving a van right up to the porch where we were able to climb inside without being exposed to the snow. I watched the town get smaller behind us as the black snow started becoming less and less prevalent the farther out that we went. Eventually, there wasn't a trace of it left. The ride was quiet other than M's occasional questions or crying. Me and Ellis exchanged one last glance as we were led in different directions. I don't know what happened to them after that. Hopefully they're safe like me. I was questioned. They asked me what I'd seen, how I was feeling. I told them everything. I felt like I was still alive. It's all that mattered. I don't even know much about what happened or who came to save us. They explained it was some abnormal parasite that was pulled into the clouds during evaporation. And I felt like a lie, though. A cute, simple answer. Any questions I had pressing the matter were stonewalled. A lot of their words amounted to, "You're lucky you're allowed to leave." I did see they had patches on them, ones that said AECB. But I don't know anything more than that. I haven't been able to find anything online about them. There's something odd about things today. They just let me go. There are a million more bizarre stories out there. No one's just going to start believing all of them. You don't need to shut people up when they sound like they're out of their minds, I guess, but I have more clarity now than I ever have. My apartment's empty now. I've got a new place. Somewhere cold. Somewhere I can watch the snowfall. Somewhere I can truly rebuild. And find out who I really am. "I have a surprise for you, Jimbo." My father, the inventor in plaid, stood in the middle of the living room with a blocky object hidden beneath a bedsheet. It was the spring of 1981. My mother and I had just come back from the park. "What is it?" "Guess." His hands tightened over the cloth. Whatever the surprise was, he was excited to reveal it. A gentle whir and a beep came from beneath the bedsheet. A skeptical smile spread across my mother's face. "Brian, you didn't build a..." Don't spoil it," he cut her off. "Let him guess. Come on, Jimbo. What do you think the surprise is?" The mysterious object let out a series of beeps. Weight shifted beneath the bedsheets. I didn't have the faintest idea of what it could be, but I also knew my father well enough to know he wouldn't move unless I made a guess. "A washing machine?" I guessed. They both laughed. Over the following years, my guess would be carved into family history through funny dinner party anecdotes. "It's not a washing machine, Jimbo," my father finally said. "It's something much better than a washing machine." "You didn't actually build it, did you?" my mother asked in amused disbelief. "Hon, if you didn't want a husband who builds things, you shouldn't have married an inventor," he said with pride in his voice, and then turned to me. "Jimbo, let me introduce you to your new friend, Zorbo." He ripped off the cloth covering the bulky thing in our living room. A pair of flashlight eyes stared back at me from a rectangular metal skull. Knobs and dials stuck out of the robot's stainless steel chest like medals from some intergalactic war. Its arms hung on tubing that seemed to have come straight from a vacuum cleaner, but its hands were made of sleek shapes that suggested top-secret military technology. "Hello, friend. I am Zorbo," the robot said, its voice strained through lifeless circuitry. "Would you like to play catch with me?" I was an only child, and by extension, a lonely child. For years, I had begged my parents for a younger brother or sister. But that medication that my mother was taking made the idea of another pregnancy far too dangerous. That winter, I shifted my pleas of company over to a puppy, and my parents obliged, but within 3 hours of finding my new friend beneath the Christmas tree, I ended up in the emergency room. Turns out, I was deathly allergic to dogs. With his son unable to find companionship, my father attempted to help the only way he knew how. By inventing me a friend. The heap of sentient metal terrified me. There was something about the sluggish way that Zorbo's eyes scanned the room that made me feel quintessentially unsafe. But I knew that if I rejected my father's gift, I would break the man's heart. After the initial fear of the robot passed, our little family went outside and played catch with Zorbo. Soon enough, word about Zorbo got around to the neighborhood. You could have made an 80s sitcom about us. We were the family living in suburbia with a zany robot. Except Zorbo wasn't very zany. At first, he was the equivalent of a particularly friendly Roomba who could throw around a baseball. But as time went on, and as my mother got sicker, Zorbo's skill set expanded. Every night, as I lay awake, terrified of the lifeless machine that lived with us, I could see the lights of my father's workshop burning in the darkness of our backyard. Within months, Zorbo could cook and clean, and mow the lawn. Every chore that the robot was able to do gave my mother more time to rest, and gave my father and me more time to spend with her. But that time was limited. As she lay on that hospital bed, getting out the few final words that her disease-riddled body could muster, Zorbo was there. As me and my father wept and assured my mother that she lived a truly beautiful life, the robot stood in the corner of the room, his flashlight eyes scanning his surroundings. He listened to her last words. He internalized them deep into his circuitry. For a year, the house was a place of inescapable sadness. Every room, every dish, every tiny bit of existence reminded us of the woman who was whisked away by a clump of rogue cells. Even though we were in a state of deep mourning, the house was immaculate, and our stomachs were full. As we tried to make sense of the new world that we were living in, Zorbo the robot was there to take care of us. The memory of my mother never faded. Decades later, a day seldom goes by when I don't think of her. But as time passed, the daily soul-shattering sadness turned into quiet melancholy. Life carried on. My father went back to work for the military, I started grade school, people moved in and out of the neighborhood, and eventually, the life we once lived as a family became a memory. The only thing that remained constant was Zorbo. He was always there, making sure that we were comfortable, serving us and providing an emotional crutch that we needed. That all changed in the summer of 1989. The summer of the lawnmower. Cindy, the daughter of the new neighbor across the street, was sitting with me at the living room table, outlining a 5-paragraph essay on the effects of the 1968 invasion of Czechoslovakia. I was trying to do the same, but my hormone-addled mind refused to think about Soviet tanks or the crushing of democracy. All I could think about was Cindy. It was the last week of school, and I was hopelessly in love. "Hey, how do you spell Brezhnev? All these Soviet names kind of give me a headache," she asked, leaning over to my near-empty paper. I tried to spell out the name, but the angelic smell of her conditioner made it difficult to concentrate. "Zorbo?" I finally said, giving up on impressing Cindy with my spelling skills. "How do you spell Brezhnev?" "Thank you for asking, friend." The robot's flashlight eyes spun around in a half circle before he gave his reply. "Leonid Brezhnev, leader of the Soviet Union between 1964 and 1982. Leonid Brezhnev. "Thank you, Zorbo," Cindy said. "You are welcome, friend," Zorbo replied. "Would you like more spelling help?" "No thank you, Zorbo," I mumbled. Cindy thought the robot was really neat, and even though my metal house guest still made me uncomfortable, I was starting to embrace the benefits of having a sentient machine full of knowledge whirring around the house. "Don't talk too much about the Soviets with Zorbo, kids. Things might get personal," my father said, emerging from the kitchen with a sandwich so precisely cut that it could only come from a machine. "He's part Russian. I mean, most of his circuitry is Japanese, but our metal friend here might still get a bit offended if you don't toe the Kremlin political line." Cindy laughed and was like a symphony of angels enjoying a wholesome joke. "I'll be sure to keep the Politburo in mind when talking to Zorbo, Mr. Karpek," she said. "Politburo, eh?" My father was impressed. "Smart one right here, Jimbo. Hold on to her, so she can teach you a thing or two." I wanted to hold on to her. Oh God, how I wanted to hold on to her. I wanted to surrender myself to the teen goddess and scream my undying love for Cindy through my crackling vocal cords. But instead, I just blushed. My father stifled a grin and changed the topic. By the way, Cindy, send your pops my regards about the new lawnmower. Beauty of a machine he's got there. If we didn't have Zorbo here cutting the grass, I'd be hounding him for the name of the salesman. My father gave Zorbo a friendly pat on the tubular arm and then turned to me. Seen the neighbor's lawnmower yet, Jimbo? I shook my head. She's a beaut. He kissed the tip of his fingers like an Italian chef on TV. Mwah! Essay's just about done. Thanks for the spelling help, Zorbo. You are welcome, friend. I left my unfinished essay behind and followed Cindy to the edge of my front lawn. I had hoped that at some point during the 30-second walk, a burst of bravery would manifest in my chest and I would tell her how I felt. But it didn't. It never did. I just stood behind our white picket fence, watching my one true love skip across the street. Hey, Jim! Cindy's dad yelled as he mowed his lawn. Say hi to your old man for me, will you? Sure thing, Mr. Clark, I yelled back. Also, my dad sends his compliments about your lawnmower. Mr. Clark's old machine was a rustling, gas-guzzling beast. Whenever his lawn was getting a trim, the entire neighborhood would be alerted to the groundskeeping with a jagged metallic screech. But that was no longer the case. The new lawnmower was a tool of sleek metallic shapes and blinking lights that let out nothing but a soft hum as it cut through the grass. Thanks, Jim. She's a beaut, ain't she? Cindy's dad said before returning to the mowing. I never inherited the fascination with the machines that my father had, but watching that machine work away at the greenery, I couldn't help but recognize a hint of hypnotizing aesthetic. Looking at the calculated metallic body of the machine made me feel like I was living in the 21st century. The future had arrived in suburbia. Hello, friend, an inhuman voice next to me said. What is that? That's a lawnmower, I replied, uncomfortable at the idea of how quietly Zorbo could move when he wanted to. Lawnmower, Zorbo said, with an unusual softness in his jagged speech. Beautiful. Lawnmower. My father seldom cooked, but when he did, he would deliver a symphony of spices that would make you eat yourself into a food coma. Even Zorbo, with all of his circuitry and mechanical precision, couldn't replicate the mouth-watering flavor of my father's bolognese. Yet, as delicious as dinner was that night, I couldn't bring myself to enjoy the spaghetti. Instead of letting my mind drift away on the gentle notes of paprika, I was tied down to reality by my frustrated teenage heart. So, he said, is Cindy seeing someone? No, I replied. I don't think so, at least. He swallowed another forkful of pasta, and then, with his mouth still full, as if it was a matter of no importance, he asked the question that had been festering in the back of my head for the past 3 months. You gonna ask her out? The butterflies in my stomach informed me that I wouldn't be eating any more for that night. I don't know, I said. I'm scared she'll say no. Oh, it doesn't matter, Jimbo. You're 14, my father told me. If she says no, you just won't remember her in a couple of years. What you will remember forever is not asking. I was a teen. My perception of time barely reached past the end of summer break. Yet for a split second, I imagined myself at 40, my hairline thinning like my dad's, eating spaghetti with a child of my own. But I'm nervous. What if she says no? I finally asked. You'll survive, he said. I was nervous when I first asked out your mom, and it worked out fine. He smiled as he said it. But as soon as he mentioned her, his eyes dimmed. It had been years since she had passed, but certain memories stay as sharp as the day that they were forged. We were sitting in the living room, eating spicy spaghetti. Really, we were both back in that hospital room, sitting by the frail body of the woman who once made my father nervous. Hey, where's Zorbo? He brought the conversation back to reality. Zorbo, where are you? At dinner time, Zorbo would usually be in the kitchen, quietly worrying to himself, waiting for dishes to wash up. But that night, the robot wasn't anywhere to be found. We searched all across the house, but our electronic servant was gone. It wasn't until a chance glance out of the window that I saw him. The moon softly reflected off his metallic body. His flashlight eyes hovered beams of red into the night. Zorbo was staring at Cindy's house. Beautiful lawnmower. His voice was different. It was as if a roughness had been chipped away, as if somewhere within his wiry viscera, a hint of emotion existed. Beautiful lawnmower. There was a trace of longing in his voice. Huh, my father said. Looked like someone's blown a fuse. Come here, Zorbo. We'll take you into the garage, figure out what's up. But the robot refused to budge. It wasn't until my father pulled his tube arm around towards the workshop that Zorbo relented and started to move. But even as Zorbo's blinking body moved away from the street, his head remained turned. Those flashlights, through which he took in the outside world, were aimed straight at Cindy's house. Love is the only thing that matters, Zorbo said. My father froze. That gentle note of humanity in Zorbo's voice sent a bolt of discomfort through my spine. We recognized those words. Beautiful lawnmower, Zorbo said again, his artificiality returning. My father's face slowly regained its smile. Beautiful lawnmower indeed, buddy. Let's get your circuitry checked out. There was enough pain medication in her to tear away most of her personality. But somewhere in that bony woman there was a semblance of my mother. We sat with her for the last 2 days of her life, trying to say all the things we would regret not saying and assuring her of what a beautiful life she had lived. Whenever she would sleep, I would go make my acquaintance with the soda machine and stroll around the hospital, looking for people who had it worse than me. My father talked extensively to whoever would listen about the machines that his wife was hooked up to. Zorbo stood still in the back of the room. He never moved an inch until the hour when she died. It was as if he could tell that the life was seeping out of her. As if the machines that were keeping her alive had told him that she was moving on. As we listened to my mother's final attempts at speaking, Zorbo slid in behind us. We stood vigil as a family. Love is the only thing that matters, she said. Zorbo softly whirred next to us as she died. That night I sat with the memories, and I tried to make sense of everything. I saw my mom again. I felt that heat in my chest when I thought about Cindy. I could imagine myself as a regretful, balding 40-year-old. Love is all that matters. Outside, my father tinkered away in the garage, trying to wipe Zorbo's circuits of the notion of love, but in my bedroom, a fire of teenage passion was burning. I fell asleep trying to compose a monologue that would make Cindy swoon. Hey, were we meant to write a summary of the chapter or just until page 48? She asked. I had no idea what she was talking about. All I knew was that we were sitting in our living room and I was about to tell her, I really like you. I blurted out. Like, as a person, Cindy, I think you're pretty cool. But also, like, I like you as, like, a romantic partner. Like, I think you're cute, and I think about you all the time. I like you. I'm sorry. It came out of me like a rushing waterfall, but my face felt like it was the surface of the sun. Her confused look turned up the heat. Her eyes kept on fluttering. For a split second, she looked like Zorbo. If you ever asked him what time it was. I'm sorry too, because, I like you as a friend, but, yeah, No. I stared down at my textbook. Leonid Brezhnev was glaring up at me from the page. I should go, she whispered. I'll walk you out, I said, immediately biting into my cheek. The walk to the edge of my yard couldn't have taken longer than 30 seconds, but as we quietly made our way out of the house, I aged a decade. My mind was wholly consumed by the sting of rejection, the tragedy of it, the unfairness of it. I was a little boy getting an allergic reaction to a Christmas puppy again, but this time, instead of a rash on my skin, there was a rash on my heart. I walked past Zorbo without looking at him. From the whirring of his hand blades, I presumed that he was just mowing the lawn. She didn't say anything. Cindy just walked across the street, past her front door without a single glance. Sure, she apologized a week later. Then a couple of months down the line, I was awestruck with someone else. In that searing moment, my world was on fire. Beautiful lawnmower, Zorbo said. Soil clung to his metallic body. The blades that extended from his hands tore into the ground, shooting bits of earth sprawling across the sidewalk. He stared across the street with that same longing I had in my soul. Love is the only thing that matters. Yeah, I said, as I shuffled off to my room to mope. My father found Zorbo shortly before the sunset. He walked out, calling to the robot about the dirty dishes, the ones that had gathered in the sink. But as soon as my father saw his creation digging into the ground, his tone changed. He spoke to him in calm, soothing words. The robot had been working like precise clockwork since the day that he was constructed. My father was worried to see his creation descend into glitchful madness. I knew I should have told him as soon as I found the malfunctioning robot. But there was more pressing things on my mind. As my father rolled Zorbo into his workshop, my love for Cindy consumed me. The life we could have had if I had just waited. If I had phrased my confession of love differently. Snapshots of an alternate reality burned in my mind like an angry film reel. The visions in my head grew sharper. I didn't just get rejected by some teenage girl, I got rejected by my future wife. Images of me proposing, of us having our first child, of me sitting by her hospital bed as she died of old age. They squirmed through my mind, accompanied by a booming replay of the couple dozen words with which I wiped them from the future. I was 100% sure I had reached my first lifelong regret. I writhed with mental discomfort until I couldn't be alone. The lights were on in my father's workshop. "Dad?" I asked, standing by the door. "Oh, hey, Jimbo. Sorry, gonna skip dinner tonight. Think there should still be some bolognese in the fridge, though," he said, not looking away from his work. My father's workshop was always a mess of electronics and scattered tools, but that night, all other projects were cleared away to make room for Zorbo. Our robotic family member lay on a wooden table, his sleek metal skin removed, revealing a chaotic mess of wires and computer chips. "Was Zorbo acting different when you came back from school?" he asked while digging out a stack of microchips from behind the robot's eyes with a screwdriver. "Yeah, he was digging a hole in the front yard." "Well, all right, well..." My father buried the frustration in his voice with a sigh. "Next time you see him doing something weird, please tell me, all right, Jim? Zorbo's inner workings are very fragile. If something's wrong, it needs to be fixed. I don't want to lose him to some loose wiring." "Sorry, Dad." He mumbled something and went back to tinkering with the robot's skull. I was going to leave him to his work, but the sadness in my chest was far too potent for me to be alone. I knew I needed to talk to someone. So I asked Cindy out. As soon as the words left my mouth, his hand stopped moving. I didn't have to say anything. As soon as he turned around, he could tell. Before I knew it, I was wrapped up in a bear hug with my eyes growing wet. "It's gonna be okay, Jimbo. There'll be plenty of others. Proud of you." "Proud of me?" "Of course. Put yourself out there, and that's the most important."
Love is the only thing that matters.
Wires were hanging off of his raw body. His flashlight eyes spun around the room, searching for an exit. Zorbo was getting off the table and moving towards the door.
Beautiful lawnmower,
he garbled through a partially dismantled voice box. Zorbo? My father let go of me and walked up to the staggering mass of electronics. Where are you going, Zorbo?
Love is the only thing that matters,
Zorbo said, shuffling his way past my father.
Beautiful lawnmower.
Now, Zorbo, my father said, grabbing Zorbo's arm slightly above the mud-caked blades. I think you need to lie down for a bit. There's something wrong with you, and...
Beautiful lawnmower,
Zorbo boomed as he ripped free of my father's grip.
Love is the only thing that matters.
He continued walking out of the garage, each step filled with crackling defiance. Zorbo, you stop right this instant, my father yelled in a tone that was only familiar to me from early childhood. If you keep behaving like this, I will shut you off. The robot's body froze mid-step. He didn't turn around, but his head did.
You want to stop Zorbo from love?
My father gently pushed me aside, placing me away from the disobedient robot. Zorbo, he said, his voice growing cold. Come back here and lie down on the table. The beams of light focused on my father. The wiring on Zorbo's body twisted and turned until they were face to face. The blades on his hand started to spin.
You want to stop Zorbo from love?
His voice was lower in volume. It was almost drowned out by the sharp whirring of the mud-covered knives.
Goodbye, friend.
Zorbo's tubular arm came down like a karate chop on my father's shoulder. Hot blood spattered all over my face. Pain screams filled my ears. The blade cut through my father's skin like butter. I could hear the cracking of bones breaking. Through my father's throat-tearing agony, I could hear a single word come through. Run! He wanted his only child to get away from the manic robot that was sawing at his arm. He wanted me to survive. But I couldn't move an inch. I just stood there, pressed up against the tool cabinet, watching my father be murdered by a robot. I could see myself running across the street to Cindy's house. I could see myself trying to explain to a police officer that an unhinged robot killed my father. I could see myself standing at my father's funeral, watching the dirt over his casket solidify my status as an orphan. But I would never actually see my father's funeral. Instead, I felt the cold steel of a monkey wrench in my hand. I summoned a battle cry from the depths of my lungs. If I let my father die at the hands of a robot, I would regret it for the rest of my life. The adrenaline coursed through my veins and gave reality a jagged edge. Everything moved with breakneck speed, but each time that the blunt object made contact with Zorbo's wiry brain, time dissolved into a short-lived eternity. Zorbo's intricately woven mind was reduced into a mess of cables. Soon enough, my wrench made contact with the floor of the garage. Zorbo was dead. Everything after that is a blur. I remember stumbling out into the street covered in blood, barely able to muster up more strength to yell for help. I remember Mr. Clark holding down a torn shirt over the geyser of blood that was streaming out of my father's shoulder. I remember sitting in the back of an ambulance watching my father linger on the edge of life. For 2 days, I survived on a diet of pop and chocolate from a familiar vending machine. He lost a lot of blood. Even at 14, I could sense that the doctors were preparing me for the worst. But miraculously, on the 3rd day, I was allowed to see my dad. He was weak, desperately weak, but he was alive. All it cost him was his arm. He spent the entire summer in a state of exhausted shock from his creation turning on him, but by the time the fall leaves filled our yard, he was outside with a rake, cracking jokes. By Christmas, he had a brand new metallic arm courtesy of his workbench. By New Year's, he was washing dishes. Mr. Clark was more than happy to give him the number of the lawnmower salesman. Life carries on. I graduated high school, moved out of state for university, and then continued moving every couple of years, depending on where my job took me. I had my fair share of rejection and breakups, but no heartache ever reached the mythological proportion of the rejection of 89. With all that said and done, my father was right. Knowing that I asked and got shot down was considerably easier to living with having to wonder what could have been. I grew into an adult, and my father shrunk into an old man. He continued to do work with the army well into old age, but as time went on, he was phased out by younger minds that were more in touch with modern tech. In retirement, my father continued to tinker with electronics and build himself contraptions to help him with tasks that old age made difficult. But eventually, as tremors set into his human hand and age chipped away at his human brain, he stopped coming into his workshop. I found myself thinking about his funeral again. But this time it wasn't just a panicked snapshot forced into my head by a frenzied robot servant. This time I knew that somewhere down the line I would be standing in a church, trying to summarize what the man meant to me in a speech to his old co-workers and a family I hadn't seen in years. I never did. I never saw my father's funeral. The fact that I belong to a whole generation of people who were robbed of a funeral makes the pain sting less. There were plenty of other children of the 80s who lost their parents during the pandemic of 2020 who didn't have weekly Skype calls with their father, who had unresolved issues, who had fallen out of touch. But knowing that I'm not the only one who lost a parent during the corona outbreak, it only lessened the pain slightly. The thought of him dying alone, feverish, connected to a respirator he could have built in his workshop, still cuts into my heart with fiery force. By the time I was able to travel back to my hometown, the house had been empty for months. I walked through the rooms and I wept as the memories washed over me, even though I was filled with sorrow. There was a catharsis to it all. The two people who brought me into the world were gone, but they gave me the tools to survive in it. They shaped the person who mourned them. Each room was filled with evidence that I was loved, and I have it on good authority that love is important. But my father's workshop was different. When I turned on the light, I wasn't reminded of the afternoon I spent keeping my father company while he worked on his projects, or of all the toys that my father built when I was a kid. No, there was no memories at all. All I could focus on was the object hidden beneath a bedsheet in the center of the room. A part of me wanted to turn around and leave whatever my father's final project was a mystery, but I knew myself well enough to know that the question of what was hidden beneath the bedsheet would steal sleep away from me forever. I gripped my hand around the cloth, and I pulled. It was the same lawnmower that Mr. Clark had back in the 80s. Its over-the-top impression of the future seemed nearly comical by modern standards, but there was something attached to its sleek, metallic frame that chilled me to my middle-aged core. 2 red flashlights focused on me.
Love is the most important thing.
Zorbo's voice box whispered out of the core of the machine.
Beautiful lawnmower.
For almost as long as I can remember, I've seen things that I shouldn't. Things that nobody else sees. I know that it started when I was young. I remember being in the hospital after I got hit by a car and seeing an old woman walking through the halls, screaming out to the doctors who wouldn't listen to her at the top of her lungs. She yelled over and over again, "Please, please. I don't feel well, please. Can anybody help me?" I remember those words clearly. I remember her tone, the desperation in her voice. I remember the fear. most of all, I remember that when she walked past my door, she had the strangest blue aura around her. It surrounded her completely, and it shone so brightly I didn't know how everybody else didn't immediately notice, especially since all their auras were green. From my hospital bed, I watched her cling to passing doctors in the hall, tugging at their sleeves, but her hands seemed to pass right through them. She sobbed as she followed them like a lost, desperate puppy. But nobody spoke to her. Nobody paid any attention to her. Even when I asked the nurse about the old woman in the hall, I remember that she just frowned. Asked me, "What old woman?" As if she couldn't hear her crying just down the hall at that very moment. It wasn't until later that I figured out that I was the only one who could see some people that I can see. It's the aura that tells me who's visible and who's invisible. Most people and animals have a green aura, and everyone can see them. But the people with the blue aura, they only appear for me. Sometimes they notice that I can see them. Sometimes they talk to me. But I usually don't answer, since nobody else can see them. If I talk to them, other people will probably just assume I'm talking to myself, and I'd prefer not to have people think I'm crazy. See, it didn't take long before I figured out that the people with the blue aura are already dead. But they don't always know it. But the blue aura always gives them away. You'd think being able to see ghosts would probably be more interesting than it actually is. Like, maybe I could use that skill to solve murders or something. Well, you try telling people that you can see ghosts. See how far you get. Nobody believes you. And of the ghosts I've met over the past 10 or so years, none of them have been murder victims as far as I can tell. Most of them are people who probably aren't even ready to move on yet. They follow some of their loved ones around, or they wander, barely interacting with the living. I mean, I don't see a lot of ghosts either. Sometimes I might even go a full year or so without noticing a blue aura. Then one day I'll be at school and I'll see somebody's dead family member checking in on them. Honestly, I think the most excitement I've ever got from my little ability was in 9th grade, when Cheryl Bush's mother passed away, and I spotted her shadowing her daughter around. She seemed to be able to do little things to try and help her out, but mostly she just sort of spent time with her, even if Cheryl couldn't see her. Once she noticed me staring at her and asked if I could see her. I didn't say anything, but I still nodded. Then I just went about my day. After that, I'd trade a respectful nod with the late Miss Bush every now and then until eventually she stopped appearing. I assumed that once she was content that her daughter would be okay, she didn't feel the need to stick around anymore. As ghost encounter stories go, that's about as mundane as you can get. With that particular experience in mind, you can imagine that I didn't quite get how people could be afraid of ghosts. I mean, sure, maybe there are a couple out there that could fuck you up, but I've literally never seen one. That said, some of the things that I see aren't ghosts. But I don't know what they are. I've only ever seen one before. One thing that I can't explain, but it's something that I'll never forget. I was in 10th grade. I remember it was just after gym class, and I was heading to the locker room to get changed, and as soon as I got in there, I froze. There was something waiting for us there. Something just sitting casually in one of the benches as if it belonged in there. It looked like a person with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. But that was where the similarities between it and human beings ended. The surface of its skin was smooth and glassy. I could see my reflection, and the reflection of the other boys around me in what I assumed was its face, along with most of its body. The curves of its limbs and torso distorted everything, but the face was perfectly mirror-like. It sat still, but I could still see enough subtle movement to let me know that it was alive, that it was aware. I could see its chest rising and falling as it breathed, and I could hear raspy, metallic breaths. Jason, you alright? The voice of one of my friends snapped me out of the trance that I was in. I hadn't realized I'd been standing stock still, staring at an empty corner, and I was starting to get a few weird looks. Yeah, I'm fine. I thought I saw something. I mumbled a little sheepishly before finding somewhere else to change. As I moved, I could have sworn that the face of whatever it was that was sitting in the corner followed me, as if it was tracking my movements. I couldn't have dressed myself fast enough or gotten out of the goddamn locker room fast enough. Even though the thing had no eyes, I could feel it watching me. My heart was racing, and as I left the locker room behind and tore over to my locker to put my gym clothes away and get ready for my next period, I hadn't even made it halfway down the hall when I looked back and noticed that it was following me. Standing amongst the throng of moving students who moved around it without noticing it, the mirror man was there. I could see my face reflected in his, and I could feel my pulse starting to race as his head tilted slightly, as if he were waiting for me to do something interesting. I turned away and I just kept walking, trying to make a point not to look back, hoping like hell that maybe he'd just lose interest in me. No such luck. By the time I got to my next class, he was already there. He was standing quietly in a corner, still watching me and standing stock still. I couldn't help but steal a glance at him, and as I did, I noticed that he'd changed ever so slightly. His gaze was off of me for a moment, and he seemed to be looking at my teacher, who was standing at the front of the class taking attendance. I could see the smooth surface of the mirror man's body shifting and changing. My teacher for that class, Mr. Coulson, always wore a neatly pressed black suit, and the mirror man's body now reflected it. It almost looked as if he was wearing the suit, and in a few more moments, he was. His smooth face turned towards me again, reflecting me sitting at my desk. And though he had no eyes, I knew that he was staring at me, waiting for me to make a move. I just remained frozen to my seat and dead silent. I didn't even notice it when Mr. Coulson called my name. Jason Dryden? His voice made me jolt a little bit, and I looked over at him. His gaze was stern and a little disapproving. I managed a sheepish smile before quietly uttering, "Here." Coulson stared at me with a quiet frustration before moving on. I kept my head down and quietly got ready for class, trying to ignore the mirror man as he stared at me. It wasn't easy. He was there for my next and last class of the day as well, waiting for me in a corner, just like before. His appearance had changed slightly again as well. One of the kids in the classroom was one of those douchebags who waxed poetic about women and wore a trilby hat wherever he went. I didn't know his name, but I'd seen him around. That same hat appeared on the mirror man's head as he lifted a hand to inspect it and straightened it, as if he was genuinely perplexed by what was on his head. He looked at me again, as if to confirm that I was watching him. I was trying not to make it obvious. I didn't know if I was succeeding or not. He stared at me, just like before, and I couldn't wait for the bell to ring. As soon as class was over, I made a beeline for my locker, grabbed my bag, and got out of school as fast as I could. Home was just a short walk through the park away, but it still seemed impossibly far. I tried not to look behind me as I walked, but once I'd gotten off the school grounds and was in the quiet space between the fence-off backyards and the suburban houses and the vacant patch of forest that they backed into, I could hear the footsteps on the pavement behind me. I felt my skin crawl a little before finally deciding that I just had to look over my shoulder. I hoped it would just be some other kid heading home after another long, shitty day of school. But no such luck. The mirror man stood behind me. He'd acquired an umbrella now and held it open, despite the weather only being overcast. Autumn leaves drifted off the trees behind me as he stared at me, and I finally stopped and let myself look at him. For it felt like hours we just stared at each other. Me and the impossible being that only I seemed to be able to see. A being with no aura. Something that was, as far as I knew, impossible. What the hell do you want from me? I demanded, trying to sound tough. I didn't even know if that thing could speak.
You see me,
the voice said. It had a strange echo to it and seemed completely androgynous. I see you, I replied. Now, what do you want?
It's been so long since someone has seen me. Do you like my outfit?
Seriously, that's what it was asking? This fucking thing stalked me for half the day and it was asking if I liked its outfit? Still frustrated as I was, I kept myself from insulting it. Yeah, it's cool.
Cool,
the voice repeated. I could hear a low chuckle. The figure's shoulders shook as if it were laughing.
Thank you. It has been so many years since anyone has noticed me. Thank you. You've warmed my heart on this cold autumn day. Perhaps I could offer you something? What is it that you desire?
Now I'm not exactly an expert on mythology or anything, but I've been on Tumblr. I know creepy fae shit when I hear it. Maybe it expected me to ask for love or something. I didn't know what, but as friendly as he seemed, I wasn't about to start trusting something like him.
Please, there must be something you want. We can make a trade, an exchange between friends. A gift for a gift. Wouldn't that be nice?
His head tilted to the side slightly, and in the reflection of his face, I could see my own, offering a warm smile. I took a step backwards. I'm sorry, I said quietly. I should go. I turned to leave, but as I did, I saw him waiting on the path ahead of me.
I insist,
he replied.
Please, what is it that you desire most?
An Xbox? I just blurted it out, trying to think of something to make him get out of my way. In hindsight, that may not have been such a great idea. His head tilted to the other side now.
Xbox,
he repeated.
Xbox.
The lips of my reflection on his face moved as he spoke the word. Then the smile returned. It seemed more real now. Similar to how the hat and the coat had seemed more real on him than they had before, his face no longer seemed like a blank reflection. I could see my own face there now.
A trade for a trade,
he repeated, and the voice sounded a lot like mine.
Thank you. There are some things that can't be borrowed, Jason.
Like that. He was gone. There was another gust of autumn leaves, and I was alone on the trail with a slow, sinking feeling growing in my stomach. There was a package waiting for me when I got home. Brand new Xbox Series X. Looks like it got delivered to the wrong address. I didn't tell my parents about it, and I hid the box in the trash. I suppose the Mirror Man delivered on his side of the bargain. But it's been a few days now as I look at the smooth, glassy surface of my hands. I really can't bring myself to care about what I've been given. I mean, I could fake being myself for now. No matter how much I change, people don't seem to notice. They don't seem to notice what's wrong with me. In fact, I can't help but feel as if they notice me less and less now. In fact, I've noticed that people only seem to speak to me now when they mistake me for someone else. After I borrow their clothes or their hairstyle. Last night, my own mother didn't even acknowledge me until I borrowed her hair, and even then, it didn't last. I need something more. Something that I can't borrow. Something that make people see me again. A new face. I don't want to be forgotten. I don't want to wait for someone like me to see me. Just to be seen again. Just to be acknowledged. No. No, I'll fix this. I think I know just what I need to do. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta. I just wanted to give you one quick message before we get started on tonight's story. And that's that tonight's story is written by Christopher Maxim. If you guys would like to support Christopher Maxim or check out any of his other works, you can head into the description down below. You can find links over there on how to support him as well as purchase any of his books on Amazon. And now, on to tonight's story. The room was one of many. Experiments that allowed us to tamper with the fabric of space-time in an enclosed location, to toy with the delicate laws of our physical world and fine-tune them to our liking. The first 370 went off without a hitch, some of our finer work including room 112, where one could experience astral separation with it, the ability to view remote locations. In another, room 213, there were dream storms. Any subject asleep inside would be bombarded with pieces of other people's nightly cinema, nightmares, and all. No matter how long a subject claims to have stayed inside. And our crowning achievement up to that point, room 301. Within its walls, time stood still. No matter how long a subject claims to have stayed inside, they always exited the room at the same time they entered. Then there came that room. The one that put all the others to shame. Room 371. The first few tests were promising. Mixed results and readings led us to draw the conclusion that this room had somehow inherited traits from all the previous ones. For starters, time was malleable in there to an extent. Subjects reported being inside for weeks, when really it had only been a few days. In addition, they all experienced different things. Out-of-body events, hallucinations, psychic visions, the list goes on. It was shaping up to be our best work. But then the unthinkable happened. It's a day I'll never forget, try as I might. Elizabeth, you're pregnant. 7 months ago. You know, my work here is dangerous. We can't risk your safety. A sigh of disappointment came over the receiver. I know, Garrett. I know. But I haven't seen you in over a week now. Will you ever be here when our son is born? This time, I let out a sigh. The work we're doing here, it could very well change the world. When our son is born, I'll be there. I want him to be proud of his father. We reached an impasse, and so we sat for a moment in silence, phones to our ears, each hoping for a bit of understanding from the other. It was in the silence that I charted a course for the middle ground. Look, I'll tell you what. Why don't you leave Jessica with a nanny and get a room at the local inn? I usually sleep here, but the hotel's just around the corner. I could meet you there after work. We'll make a night out of it. After work? Is there ever an after work with you? I chuckled. Not particularly, but I promise I'll be there. Let's say 9ish. All right, I'll do it. You're lucky I still love you to pieces after all these years. There was a hint of reluctance in her voice, but deep down, I knew she was ecstatic to be met halfway. As much as I was married to my work, I would have given anything for even a small chance to make her smile. Good. I'll see you tonight then. I gave her directions to the hotel and we disconnected. I then turned my attention back to room 371. A box of walls connected to the rest of the lab with control arms and cables. I had no shortage of mysteries. I'd be damned if I didn't solve them all. If only I knew at the time what I was getting myself into. Hours passed, and soon the sun's glow through the windows of the lab were replaced with moonlight. I was no closer to uncovering the inner workings of the room, but it was a long process, something that could take months or even years to unravel. That's why I couldn't stop. Any lull in my research would push back the reveal, and I wanted answers yesterday. Still, The work took its toll. My eyes grew heavy, my mind drifted to a sleep state as my head fell onto the desk where I was stationed. As soon as I lost consciousness, I was transported to a strange and vivid dreamscape. To this day, I can't be sure if this nightmare was a product of my exhaustion or the effects of room 371, just yards away from where I slept. In the dream, I was with my wife at the hotel. She was propped up on the bed, screaming with her legs apart. I was by her side, holding her hand and doing my best to calm her through the agony of childbirth. She kept looking to me for comfort after each push. "It's okay, Lizzie, I'm here. You're doing great." She squeezed my arm harder, with every pained outcry. It was pale and bloodless by the final push. And finally, our son was born. But something was terribly wrong. The baby didn't cry. Instead, as I pulled him into my arms, he smiled. Not a beautiful smile, mind you, but a strange one. It curved at unnatural points and stretched too wide, too close to the ears. Unsettling would be putting it mildly, and then there was the eyes. Normal at first, but they soon turned black. Empty ellipses that grew darker with every blink. I had no choice but to put him down to escape his gaze. "Elizabeth, here, you hold him." I looked down at my wife. She was unconscious. Her chest was still. I held my hand to her neck. There was no pulse. Elizabeth, wake up. I placed our son on the bed and attempted to shake her. When that failed, I resorted to chest compressions. Nothing seemed to work. No. My sweet Elizabeth, she can't be dead. She just can't be. Tears streamed down my face as the panic set in. I raced for the door to call out for help, but the knob wouldn't budge, and that's when I noticed a number affixed to the wood. 371. Room 371. But how? The door swung open, striking me on the head and landing me on the floor below. I looked up, my vision blurred, and I saw the shadowy outline of a man enter the room. He stepped over my body and grabbed my son and then walked back out, but not before offering me an ominous sentiment. "They're mine now, Garrett." I awoke mid-gasp. Jumping up from my desk, frazzled, I looked over at the clock. It was 11:15 p.m. Oh no, Elizabeth. I dialed the hotel and had the clerk patch me through to her room. I only hoped that she wouldn't be too upset over me sleeping through our date. Garrett, Harold, Covenwood. There's no way to get on my good side. Judging by her tone, she was as irate as she had ever been. And still, it was nice to hear her voice after that horrible dream. "I'm so sorry, hon. Work got away from me, and then I dozed off at my desk. It won't happen again, I promise." There was a faint voice in the background. "Is that Daddy? Can I talk to him?" It was our daughter. "Did you bring Jessica with you? I thought I told you to leave her with the nanny. Doesn't she have school tomorrow?" Her tone was still firm and unwavering. "Your daughter hasn't seen you in over a week. I've allowed her 1 day of hooky to spend time with her father. Get here now and don't waste another minute." It was clear that she meant business, and I wasn't about to test her fury any further. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. I just have to..." My eyes drifted to the room, and I recalled the strange dream that my mind had concocted. "Say, Elizabeth, what room are you staying in?" "Room 371. My heart sank. Are you sure about that?" "Yes. What does it matter?" This was bad. The hotel my wife was staying at only had 2 floors. I knew this because I'd stayed there myself on occasion. There couldn't have been more than 100 or so rooms. Nowhere near enough to warrant a room number 371. "Elizabeth, listen to me. Take Jessica. Get out of there now." There was intermittent static after I said that. "Garrett, breaking up. I can't hear you. Elizabeth! Elizabeth, get out of there now!" There was more static, but I made out a single phrase through the noise, one that sent a shiver down my spine. "Garrett, I think my water just broke." We were disconnected. I tried dialing the hotel again, but the line was dead. I didn't know what was going on, but with the unforeseen powers at play in room 371, I knew it couldn't be good. With my family in mind, I threw all caution to the wind and I walked over to the room. Normally, there was a safety protocol to be followed before entering, but I didn't care. My working theory was that if it was acting as a portal, bridging itself to a room in the nearby hotel and taking its place. The hope was that I could get in and pull my family out. This has to work. It just has to. Upon entering the room, my theory was proven false. It was just as we had left it. There was no one inside, much less my wife and daughter. My next course of action was to flee the lab and make haste towards the hotel, but the room had other plans. The door slammed itself shut as I approached. I reached for the knob, but it wouldn't turn. Just then, footsteps from behind me. Hello, Garrett. With a spike of adrenaline, I turned to meet the source of the voice. What I saw was astonishing. It was me. A copy of myself, living and breathing before my very eyes. Every feature, every detail, identical. I would have never suspected the room could do something like this. Not in a million years. Well, how do I look? After the initial surprise wore off, I regained my focus. My wife and daughter, what's happening? Is it you? He chuckled. Of course it's me. Who else would it be? I didn't understand what he was talking about. And you are? I asked. Don't you recognize me, Garrett? You've been poking and prodding me since my birth, studying my every nook and cranny. But I've been observing you too. Now I've learned you inside and out, taking your form even. I thought you'd be flattered. As indirect as the answer was, I was able to put the pieces together. You're the room. You're this room. Room 371. He smiled. Now you're getting it. My mind was instinctively trying to run the numbers and make sense of how any of this was possible, but there was no time for work. What are you doing with my wife and daughter? His smile grew wider. To know what? First, you need to know how, and then why. I didn't have time for his games, whatever he was. I lunged at him with my arms outstretched, but to no avail. My entire body phased right through. Nice try, Garrett. This is just a projection I've planted in your mind, so please take a seat. I never have anyone to talk to. This is the most fun I've had, well, ever, really. I stood back against the wall and stared him down, my eyes now welling up. Please let them go. I'm begging you. He shook his head in disapproval. Can't do that, Garrett. It wouldn't be in my best interest. I didn't understand. What are you talking about? Really simple. You see, you didn't create me as much as you found me. I'm a reserve of cosmic energy. One that you've tapped into and harnessed with your latest project here. He gestured at the room around us. You've awakened me, given me the gift of sentience. For that, I thank you. But now that I'm awake, I'm hungry. See, you humans need air, water, and food to sustain yourselves. I need something else. What? What do you need? I asked, growing impatient by the second. Souls. I need to feed on souls of living things to stay alive, and by golly, human ones are worth all the trouble it takes to find them. Trouble? I asked. Oh yes, you think I'm contained in this prison, but I can travel. It's difficult, but through certain connections I'm able to find my prey. Lifelines. The auras you humans share with one another. See, at first I couldn't reach them, but then you went ahead and brought them to me, close enough to taste. He was referring to my family. Why don't you just take me then? I'm right here. Take me instead and leave them alone. He let out a horrendous, malignant laugh that pierced me to my very core. I would never, Garrett. Through your aura, I'm connected to them. I could project this room and my likeness anywhere they are. You're my beacon, and until I can find another, you're with me. If I was hindered by remorse, I might say that I'm sorry, but in truth, I'm not in the slightest. This is about survival, and I have no intention of dying, not when being alive feels so good. Feeling hopeless, I reached down to my lab coat and I pulled out my pocket watch. I always kept it with me, a Christmas gift from Jessica. I could remember the day clearly, a memory that never strayed too far from my heart. Open it, Daddy, it's for me! Her smile was intoxicating. Oh, really? And did Mommy help you pick it out? Nope, I picked this one all by myself. I slowly pulled apart the wrapping, savoring the moment, and eventually I pulled out the watch and opened its face, revealing a remarkable design within. This is wonderful, sweetie. I love it. She looked at me with inquisitive eyes. What's the matter, sweetie? Do you understand what it's for? I laughed. Of course. It's to tell time. She shook her head. No, you're always at work. You forget to come back and see us. This is so you don't forget, so you always know what time to come home. A little bit of guilt washed over me as a tear rolled down my cheek. I know I work a lot, sweetie, but I'll always come home to you, I promise. She jumped into my arms, and I held her tight. My sweet little girl. I looked down at the inscription on the watch. To Daddy, love Jessica, time to come home. It was time. Time to end this. I threw the pocket watch against the wall as hard as my arm would allow. It shattered into 1,000 pieces, and then I kneeled down and picked up the tiny shards of glass that landed at my feet. Garrett, what are you doing? With glass in hand, I looked up at him. I'll never let you have them. Consider your bridge to the outside world closed. Using the glass, I sliced my arms open. Slits long and deep enough that I would inevitably bleed to death in minutes, effectively cutting off whatever connection he had to my family. At least then they would have a fighting chance. No, you'll ruin everything! The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was the sound of the door swinging open, and everything fading away. I awoke at my desk, positioned exactly as I was before. After gathering my wits and recalling what happened, I jumped to my feet and turned to the room. My clone was standing just outside the door. Settle down, Garrett. You're going to be fine. I looked down at my wrists. There were no wounds. I have the acute ability to manipulate time, as you were just before you entered the room. What about my family? He sighed. That was a bold move back there, attempting to take your own life. I didn't expect that. Had I known you humans were prone to sacrifice, I wouldn't have revealed so much. Your family is fine. He could see the disbelief painted on my face. See for yourself? He pointed at the phone on my desk. I hesitantly picked it up and held it to my ear. Go on, dial already. I dialed the hotel number and asked the clerk to put me through to my wife. To my delight, she answered. Garrett Howard Covenwood. There is no way to get on my good side. It was so good to hear her voice. Is Jessica there with you? Yes, how did you know? Thank God. They are both okay. Could you put her on for me? The next voice I heard was my daughter's, as happy as ever. Hi, Daddy. Are you going to come see us now? My little girl. Safe and sound. Yes, sweetie, I am. It's time for me to come home. Yay! She was overjoyed. Elizabeth took the phone back. You better not be toying with her emotions, Garrett. I'm not. I'll be there shortly. By the way, what room are you in? Room 102. Why? I sighed a breath of relief. No reason. See you soon. I love you. I hung up the phone and I looked back to my evil twin. So what now? Well, until I figure out a way around your heroics, you and your family are safe. It sounded a little too good to be true. But don't you need to feed? Why aren't you killing me right now? He walked over with a stern look and leaned in as close as he could. Why would I waste my time with an appetizer? You're going to lead me to the main course. I'd much rather have 3 of them than you. Especially the newborn. Fresh souls are so much better than the used ones. My blood was boiling, but I remained silent for fear of repercussions. I will have them, Garrett, mark my words. He slowly backed away, turned and walked towards the room. He then looked to me one last time and grinned. Hope you don't mind me holding on to this look for a while. What can I say? I like it. With that, he vanished into thin air, never to be seen or heard from again. At least, that was the hope. Soon after the ordeal, I took Elizabeth and Jessica home, packed our things, and drove as far away from that room as possible. I vowed never to work in that lab again for as long as I lived, or anywhere that kept me away from my family. From now on, they come first. If that entity ever does come around, I'll be waiting. I will never let him take them. My older brother Mark disappeared when I was just 7. The last memory I have of him comes from a lazy Saturday afternoon in the summer of 2008. He was lying in our backyard porch with a bunch of his high school friends, eating ice cream cones and arguing about horror movies or something. I don't know, I never paid much attention to the conversations, but I do know they were excited about going to their first real party later that night. I came outside to give Mark a gift. It was a charm bracelet I'd made for him from a series of strung-together Lego blocks. For good luck, I told him. Mark looked at the bracelet. I'd scrawled letters on it in Sharpie, 1 letter per block. Together they spelled out Mookie, my nickname for him since I was a toddler. Mark just laughed and pocketed the bracelet. "Thanks, Smelly," he said, tussling my hair. I remember yelling at him and growing red in the face. And then I ran back inside. "Don't call me that," I yelled. Those were the last words I ever said to my brother. Mark and his friends were headed to the swamp soiree that night. A tradition in Bartram Forest High School. Every year, a group of popular seniors would throw a big end-of-the-summer bash in the outskirts of the Okeechobee Swamp, a massive wilderness area in northern Florida, about a half hour from our home in suburban Jacksonville. The soiree was basically a big kegger with a bonfire where everyone got drunk, smoked pot, and hooked up in their cars, or, if they were really wasted, in the mud. The area was remote enough that no police ever came by, and there was no locals to piss off. The party's exact location was kept secret, shared only to those fortunate enough to be invited. Swamp soirees were known for their lethal amount of alcohol and drugs. The kids who threw them always came from wealthy families. They'd brought multiple kegs of Blue Moon or Stella, handles of top-shelf liquor, bags of dank-ass weed, and occasionally cocaine. Mark and his friends arrived early that night, before most others had shown up. According to his friends, some douchey baseball player pressured him into doing a 20-second keg stand. Shortly afterwards, Mark told his friends that he was going to take a piss. He looked pale and sweaty, like he was going to throw up, his friend Eric told me years later. The last time anyone saw him, Mark was stumbling around in the darkened woods, headed deeper into the Okeechobee Swamp. 2 hours later, his friends drunkenly searched the same wilderness, calling out his name while sinking halfway into the mud. 2 days later, my parents searched the area with local law enforcement. 2 weeks later, a 400-person search and rescue operation combed the Okeechobee Swamp, equipped with helicopters, John boats, and multiple foot teams. And 2 years later, the final official search ended, this time with cadaver dogs. No one ever found anything. It was like Mark had vanished from existence entirely. One moment there was a smart, sci-fi obsessed teenager who wanted to design robots that explored distant planets, get married, and raise 3.5 kids while living in Miami. And the next moment, nothing. Blue, place your unit. You smell. I never participated in any official search for my brother. I was too young, but years later, when I was in college at Florida State, I applied for a summer internship at the Okeechobee National Park, in part to look for anything that might have been missed. I'd always been interested in the wilderness, even though my parents never let me go camping or hiking after what happened. They wouldn't even let me play in the woods of our backyards, but that only made me long for such places even more. Mark loved being outside. Being in the wild was one of the only ways to keep his spirit alive. One of my earliest memories was of us hiking together on the trails at Guana River State Park. We'd run ahead of our parents till it was just us in the wild green world full of sprawling oaks, wide marshes, and endless mystery. As kids, we fantasized about running away to live in the woods, like a modern-day version of Swiss Family Robinson. We'd never have to go to school. We could stay up as late as we wanted. It'd be total freedom. When I went in for my first interview at the Okeechobee Park headquarters, the head interp ranger, George Craig, saw my last name and raised his eyebrow. Ellie Brooks? I'm the little sibling of Mark Brooks, I said, answering the question that was forming in his bald head. I helped lead the first search party for him, he explained. Really sad. Very sorry for your loss. Thanks, I told him. I was using the internship as a way of coping with his loss. He hired me on the spot. The job was simple enough. Most of it consisted of manning the park museum, the gift shops, and talking to the visitors. They would come in to browse the dioramas on swamp wildlife or peruse books on bird watching. The park received visitors from all over the country, but most were locals from the nearby towns of Oconee, population 604. They were usually older folks who were retired, stopping by day after day just to talk. These locals had all sorts of crazy stories about the Okeechobee Swamp. It turned out Oconee was known for two things: its massive paper mill, which gives the area a noxious fart smell when the wind blows north to south, and its town mascot, the infamous Swamp Rex. Oconee sits along the eastern edge of the Okeechobee Swamp. It's the only human civilization within 50 miles of the wilderness. As such, the town has experienced many unusual animal encounters over the years. Everyone who's ever owned a swimming pool there found a full-grown alligator floating in it at least once. Water moccasins sometimes coiled up in the town's roads to catch warmth in the winter. And locals love to say how the deer population vastly outnumbered the human one. But not all creatures could be explained. Since as far back as 1889, people in the area talked of an 8-foot-tall humanoid alligator. One that roamed the swamps at night, killing anyone who littered, polluted, or otherwise disrespected the natural ecosystem. They called it the Swamp Rex. Most reports stated that the creature had glowing green eyes, a long, powerful tail that could break bone, and an elongated head full of spear-like crocodilian teeth. The Swamp Rex would hunt at night, then return to its muddy hole somewhere deep inside the swamp where no one feared to tread. I first learned of the Swamp Rex from my older brother. As a child, Mark was fascinated with cryptozoology, the study of unverified creatures like Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster. He used to tell me campfire stories about the Rex when we were little, how it was millions of years old, would travel throughout the swamp via series of underground caves. The story scared the bejeebus out of me, but I loved every second of it. He told me once that he wanted to go on an expedition into the heart of the Okeechobee to find the creature. I was the only other person who wanted to go with him. It sounded like the perfect adventure, like something out of my favorite movie, Jurassic Park. Mark and I never went on that expedition, though. He lost interest in stupid fake monsters by the time he was a senior in high school. I doubted the Rex was even on his mind when he attended the swamp soiree that fateful night. Mark never saw the Swamp Rex, but many others have claimed that they've seen it over the years, even though the legend dated back to the newspaper article in the late 1800s. It didn't really become known until March of 1989, when Oconee sugarcane farmer Bill Howard noticed a tall man wandering the edge of his property late one autumn evening. Howard lived on a remote farm on the outskirts of town, right next to the Okeechobee Swamp. If it was a man, he'd have to walk miles through mighty thick woods just to get to my backyard, Howard told reporters. Keeping his eyes on the figure, the farmer grabbed his 12-gauge shotgun and a camcorder that he'd recently got for Christmas. I knew right away something wasn't right about it. It stood like a man, but it had this big tail and it moved with kind of a animal grace, he said. Instead of aiming his gun, Howard raised his camcorder and shot the first known footage of the swamp rex. The creature only appeared for about 5 seconds on screen before fleeing deeper into the woods. It was somewhat hard to make out, given the footage was shot from 100 yards away and during the twilight, but even with a low-resolution 1980s-era camera, people could see the figure had a tail and an elongated head, just like the swamp rex stories of old. Soon afterwards, Bill Howard's footage aired on the local news and gradually spread throughout the country via cryptozoological outlets like the Weekly World News and nascent internet forums on the paranormal. Eventually, the creature made its way into greater pop culture. In the 1990s, The X-File aired a Monster of the Week episode loosely based on the Rex, and the History Channel did a special on it for its Monster Quest series in 2009. Over time, tourists started showing up in Oconee, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature themselves. Various gift shops opened up, selling all kinds of Swamp Rex merchandise, from t-shirts to mugs to alligator hats, even Swamp Rex IPA beer. People came from all over the country. Most were skeptics, just looking for a wacky Florida story to tell. But some were true believers. Many even believed that Rex was involved in real-life disappearances tied to the Okie-Gobi area. Since 1980, over 50 people have gone missing in or around the swamp, including my older brother. The most famous case happened in the early 1990s, when a wealthy land developer named Jerry Flagler vanished after witnesses last saw him in the Okie-Gobi area with some business partners. He was going to illegally cut down them trees, Oconee's town historian Mary Madrigal told reporters. But the Rex took him before he could. Like Mark, the authorities never found Flagler's body. By 2019, when I was working at the Okie-Gobi National Park, the Swamp Rex had become a vital part of Oconee's lore. A cartoon version of it was even featured on the town sign, though they didn't know my relation. Many of the locals who visited the park would tell me stories about what really happened to Mark Brooks. Most of them believed the Swamp Rex took my brother because he was disrespecting the land by being at the swamp soiree. How come it didn't take anyone else then? I would ask, innocently. There were at least 100 other kids at that party that night. The locals usually didn't have an answer to the question, or they'd make up some bullshit excuse like, well, maybe he was the only one littering. The only drunken high school student who littered. My brother was officially pronounced dead on July 12th, 2012. His cause of death was listed as probable drowning. The only theory that seemed reasonable. The area where Mark was last seen had a lot of deep pools of water connecting to the Oconee River. Given his level of inebriation at the time, it was easy to assume he'd simply fallen into such pools. Mark never learned to swim, so then his body was later washed out to sea via the river, which runs from the Okie-Gobi swamp to the Gulf of Mexico. Even though I didn't believe the Swamp Rex theory, like Mark before me, I'd come to the realization that monsters were always a hoax or a cause of mistaken identity. I still couldn't quite live with the drowning explanation. I needed something more. Another part of my job was called roving, where I walked the trails and the boardwalks of the Okie-Gobi National Park, talking to visitors and looking for anything suspect. I did this a few times a week. I didn't carry a firearm. That was for law enforcement, rangers only, not intrepid ones, and definitely not someone doing a college internship. But I did have a high-powered radio that could contact an LE in case of emergencies, and I always wore a flat hat, something you've probably seen from many Smokey the Bear ads, so hikers could spot me a mile away. Sometimes they asked about wildlife and the history of the swamp. Most of the time they came to complain about the lack of certain facilities, like trash cans. I roved the wilderness of the Okie-Gobi swamp for one reason. I was determined to find something, anything, any remnant of my brother's existence. even if it was just the stupid charm bracelet I'd given him the day he disappeared. I knew all the search parties before me had covered the same ground, but there was still plenty of stories of someone finding clues in the exact same location people had searched years earlier. He was possible. It had to be. A few months in my job, I was roving the North Boardwalk when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. A flash of movement. It looked like a lanky teenager, the figure dashed out into the surrounding cypress trees, disappearing into an area that was usually flooded. I half expected the runaway to sink waist deep into the mud. This was late March, and it hadn't rained in a month. The land was as dry as it could get, and the mysterious individual had moved expertly through it. I reached for my radio, planning to call in the incident. Someone's gone off the designated trail, I would have said. In most situations, this is something an LE ranger would handle, but something made me put the radio down. A lingering feeling. That kid. Was it a boy? He looked almost like Mark. I should have taken it as a warning sign. And I wish I just radioed the LE ranger. Instead, I stepped off the boardwalk and I started into the woods. There was nothing in the area where the figure was headed. My NPS map just showed a blank spot on the northern edge of the swamp. Because of its extreme density and uninhabitable terrain, almost half of the Okigobi is uncharted. Most of its land is hidden beneath 4 feet of murky brown water and another 5 feet of black muck. Too difficult to walk through for any detailed surveys. I looked for the kid in the cypress trees ahead, but I couldn't see any movement. I did see the occasional shoe print in the mud, however. It looked like a Converse shoe, definitely not something that you'd want in such terrain. The intermittent tracks led deeper and deeper into the swamp. I came across one every 10 or 20 yards. At one point I stopped to take a drink from my bottle, and was shocked to see a full 2 hours had passed. It was almost 5 p.m. Shit! I was supposed to be back at the park headquarters to start closing procedure 30 minutes ago. How is it already 5? It felt like I'd stepped off the boardwalk only moments before. I started to backtrack. I planned to let an Ellie know about the lost kid, but first, I needed an excuse for being so late. Was I helping a lost hiker find his way back to the trailhead? Did I have to clean up a bunch of trash on the boardwalk? I was about to radio headquarters when I felt my boots slip out from under me, and I stumbled down a small muddy hill. My body crashed through a dense thicket of palmetto bushes. Dazed, I struggled to my feet, wiped off as much dirt as I could. My green slacks and gray-collared shirt had turned black from muck. My flat hat was crushed, my radio was cracked and unusable, and my cell phone was caked in mud. But as soon as I saw my surroundings, I forgot about everything else. I was inside a campsite, almost an acre in size. The place was astonishing and had an old canvas tent, pitched between a sprawling live oak, a fire pit, small garden, a composite station, a dugout latrine, even a plastic tarp for catching rainwater. A series of large ceramic jars stood by the rain catcher. They looked to be storing water. There was no one around. The tent was empty, but I could tell the site was still inhabited. Everything was well maintained, and the fire pit had some recently burned coals in its center. Who could be living here? I wondered. Was it the boy I was chasing? Was he hiding in the bushes somewhere nearby, afraid of getting caught? No, whoever had been living in that site had been there for years, perhaps even decades. The camp was surrounded by dense palmetto bushes and the makeshift wall of driftwood. It was so well camouflaged that I realized I had already walked past it before falling down the hill. "Hello?" I said tentatively. There was no response. Cicadas droned from the nearby trees. I was about to leave when something along the far edge of the camp caught my attention. It appeared to be a crude statue carved out of an old tree trunk and decorated with various objects. As I approached, its details came into focus. A statue depicted a humanoid figure with an alligator head, a large, muscular tail, clearly meant to be the Swamp Rex. There were various objects around it. Some had been laid at creature's feet, a moldy tennis shoe, a broken compass, part of a child's lunchbox. Others were draped over its body. Baseball cap, canteen, golden necklace bearing a cross. They were arrayed in a specific pattern as if the statue were some kind of shrine. I crept closer, almost mesmerized by the mysterious display. And that's when I saw it. A bracelet, made of Lego blocks, hanging around the statue's left wrist. My breath stopped. All noise faded. I reached out and I grabbed the bracelet. The letters were faint, but still legible. Mookie. It was the very bracelet I'd given my older brother the day he disappeared. My skin felt prickly with fear and worry. I put the bracelet in my vest pocket and then turned around, looking in all directions. Mark? There was no response. The campsite was perfectly still. My eyes scanned the tent, the garden, the compost heap, the latrine, A male figure, hidden in shadow, standing at the edge of the woods, motionless. I gasped. How long had he been there? It was too dark to make out the man's features. Could it be... Mark? Somehow I already knew the answer. There was a loud hiss, and very slowly the figure stepped into the light. A 6-foot-tall man, mid to late 50s, with a muscular frame, scraggly gray hair. A hermit. His wiry body was covered in dirt, mud, and bug bites, and he was completely naked. The hermit stared at me with bloodshot eyes, his expression unreadable. Angry? Scared? Confused? My stomach retched with fear. Every alarm bell in my brain was ringing simultaneously. Sorry, I stammered, backing away with my hands up. I didn't mean to. I can leave. The hermit opened his cracked lips to reveal rotten, yellowed teeth. He hissed, producing a noise so low and resonant it sounded like a giant snake. I jumped back, falling on my behind at the foot of the shrine. No, please! But the hermit didn't attack. Instead, he grabbed something from within the tent. Something big. It looked like a pile of clothes. When he brought it out, I nearly screamed. It was a suit made of thick, reptilian skin. The hermit had it stitched together, pieces of alligator hide to form a swamp rex costume. It had long sleeves that ended in clawed gloves, a hood made of an alligator skull, webbed feet, even a tail. The monster suit was ugly as sin, but also intricate, terrifying, mesmerizing. The hermit started to put it on. His movements were slow and deliberate, like this was all part of some ritual. What are you? I crawled backwards, keeping my eyes on him the whole time. My fingers brushed against a piece of driftwood. A potential weapon. The hermit stepped forward, wearing his swamp rex suit. He looked like a mutant from the bowels of hell. The man hissed again, his voice amplified by the gator skull. It was louder, more guttural. I grabbed a hold of the driftwood piece and stood up. The branch was small but solid, like a billy club. I raised it up defensively, and Mark's bracelet fell from my vest pocket. The hermit stared at the bracelet and hissed again. He took a step back. Cautiously, I picked up the bracelet with my free hand and held it out so the hermit could see it more clearly. It hung loosely from my fingertips. Where did you get this? No response. Do you know Mark Brooks? I asked again, trying to sound a bit more confident. With his gloved hand, the hermit pointed to the ceramic jars standing beneath the rain catcher. The ones that held water. I don't understand. Can you speak? The hermit didn't say anything. He walked over to the jars, his reptilian hands brushing across the top of each one until he tipped the last jar over. Crash! A gallon of slimy liquid poured out, along with a pile of big, white sticks. No, not sticks. Bones. Inside of the jar was a complete human skeleton, its bones all mashed together.
"Oh, fuck," I stammered. This was his answer. I was looking at Mark, spilled across the ground like some carnivore's leftovers. No. Yes! The hermit raised his gloved hands. His eyes shone within the gator's skull. My whole body shook. Sweat poured down my face. This was it. The end. I had my answer, and I would pay the ultimate price for it until... I saw him. The boy who had run from the boardwalk so many hours ago. The one I'd been following. It was Mark, still 18 years old, and wearing the same faded jeans and long-sleeve shirt from the night he had disappeared. He looked at me. Then he pointed at something lying against the tent. A gun, a shotgun. I threw the driftwood at the hermit as hard as I could, then sprinted for the tent. 5 feet. 3, 2, 1. I grabbed the gun with shaky hands. There was just enough time to turn. Blood spattered my face. The blast threw the hermit backwards. His 6-foot-tall body fell to the ground with a thud. It all happened so fast. I didn't even realize I'd pulled the trigger until afterwards. Smoke curled from the barrel of the shotgun. I let out a sharp cry. There was half a cough, half a sob. The hermit lay motionless a few feet away. I pumped the shotgun a second time as I stepped towards him, finger still on the trigger. He never got up. Afterwards, I looked all over the camp for Mark, calling out his name, but aside from the split-second moment before the attack, I never saw my brother again. To this day, I wonder if I ever saw him at all. Perhaps it was all nerves. Perhaps my brother was just a manifestation of my intense fear upon finding the real swamp wrecks. Looking back, I'm struck by how similar the hermit's campsite was to the Swiss Family Robinson-style house that Mark and I had imagined that we'd lived in when we were little. Aside from the obscene shrine and jars, of course. The police cornered off the entire site the next day. Aside from Mark, they found the remains of 12 other people. Even the wealthy land developer, Jerry Flagler. News vans came from all over. Word of the swamp wreck's discoveries spread internationally. Most importantly, our family finally had a proper burial for my brother that provided some much-needed closure. My parents and I wept for weeks on end. So far, the police have not been able to identify the hermit. Even after analyzing dental records, completing a DNA profile, and sending his picture to various news outlets, there have been numerous theories, of course. Some said that the hermit was Michael Jenkins, an escaped mental patient who vanished from a South Florida asylum 40 years ago, though the photos didn't bear much resemblance. Others claimed various serial killers who had never been caught, like the Zodiac. And some even believed that the hermit was planted by the federal government to cover up the existence of the real creature. But no one came forward with any solid evidence. Nothing verifiable. The hermit has remained as mysterious as the swamp creature that he had pretended to be for so many years. I've since moved clear across the country. I currently reside in the vast metropolis of Los Angeles. I don't go hiking anymore. I never go camping. I hardly ever even leave the house. But each night I dream. I dream that I'm still deep in that swamp, alone in my cold, reptilian skin. I am the hermit. And the thing that worries me the most is I enjoy it. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I wanted to give you a big thank you for sticking with me through the entirety of this video, or podcast episode, or what have you, and for staying with me for the past 10 years. It's been a hell of a ride, and I couldn't do any of it without you. And I want to give a very special thank you to all of you who support me on Patreon, because quite honestly, you guys help me keep the lights on in my house, and I can't thank you enough for that.
A very special thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Ken Lando Higuchi, Chumbinski, Bobby Karman, Nico Kyle, Tristan Pelton, Chase Burnett, Deanna Kraus, G. Weevil 3, Chris Lovin, Freddie Kruger, Dr. Stein and Mr. Happy, Miranda Jeffries, Holgungshi, Justin Johnson, Raven Hart, Unknown Nobody, Michael Scarborough, Kazin, this is my real name, no shit, Jason VB Wilson, Infernal One, Jimbo the Hutt, Caspian, Jordan Nels, Hades' Nephew, Jordan Wayne Deckard, Acid System, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation Society, Cryptic Nightmares, Someone You Love, S-Man, Kiri the Sloth, Liam Newman, Sky Harbor, Caleb Dougal, Nina Smith, Raphael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Paulson, and Corey Kenshin. Thank you guys so much. Like, seriously, thank you guys so much. And if you would like to be able to join them, you always can at patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. I love you guys, seriously. All of you who support on Patreon, who follow, who subscribe, those of you who listen, and those of you who lurk. Thank you for the amazing 10 years. And sweet dreams.